probably mad because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna do some direct to YouTube streams for like Loop 8 and games that I just want to finish and do achievement runs on.
Mhm.
Like when I'm just whenever. So I don't upload them. It's just like me just shooting the shit with the camera or whatever. Like I'm gonna play this game. So I have incentive to finish it because otherwise I'll just not. I
Mhm.
know how I manage your stream directly from your phone. How about no? I already have to do stuff with my bloody phone for the Twitter. It's so frustrating. I don't want to open it because the thing is, if I open Twitter on my computer, someone will message chat, and I'll just instinctively click on it to open it, and then it will go, "You can't look at this because you're not following," and then it just locks up, and I can't. I have to close the window because I just can't do anything with it. It's just dumb, 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 dumb. So dumb. Like I get what the problem they have is. I really do. You know, you can't. Bots are a problem.
Now more than ever, too.
But
With all the
this is the thing.
AI stuff.
The second they stopped the they moved to stop the DM bot problem, I started getting Twitter bot followers. You know the
Yeah.
ones. I started getting added to lists. I don't get what you're trying to fix right now. It's dumb. Ugh, it's dumb, 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 dumb. Preamble. I think I'm done with the preamble. We can just get right into it. I'm going to just switch over and hello and welcome to the Xbox Port Beggars podcast. I'm Tristan. That is Justin. And, yeah. So, how's it going, Justin?
Doing all right. It's been an interesting week for a lot of things. What have you been up to?
Uh, oh, I should turn on the Impossible Dead Space footage. It's not actually impossible, but yeah. I've been I've been recording it for prosperity, but,
It's the improbable difficulty.
it's if you're not quick on the, because I'm so used to just coming back, you know, just pressing the button and loading the autosave. There's no autosave in this, and it literally deletes your file. I kind of wish they would just like be like, okay, you're gonna save scum it anyway, so there's no
Are you
autosaves,
limited in
and you'll
saves?
use manual saves. I think that'd be fine. It'd still be hard, but I guess
Mhm.
the shot of deleting your save, you can cheese it. So what you do is you pause the game as you're dying, and then you exit the game.
And it gives you like a safety net.
Yeah, yep. You can just load up from your last save. So save often. That's why I'm like, I don't know why they insisted on doing this way. You could literally do this on any platform
Mhm.
because it doesn't autosave when you die. It autosaves after you die.
Yeah,
It's just
because
the
if you
way.
try doing that in Dark Souls, it's like even if you dashboard or immediately turn the console off, it's like, oh no, sorry, the instant you were about to die, the game sensed it and you lost all your shit.
Yeah, as soon as you hit a death state in although, yeah, that is how it works. As soon as your character dies, it doesn't even have to be the "you died" message in Dark Souls or any of the Souls like game or the Souls
Yeah. The
esque
second you hear
games.
the oh,
The second your character is dead, nothing matters after it. That's why if you die as a boss dies, because it works the same for a boss. like
Hmm.
prey slaughtered or whatever, or like boss defeated or whatever comes up, the boss has already been dead. Their death sign has been like their death has been signed. So
Can't
if you
believe you
kill
jumped
each other at
straight
the
to the
exact
only
same
one
time,
not on Xbox.
yeah, but if they kill each other at the exact same time, you can just go back and get your souls.
Yeah, and usually the boss stays dead.
Yes, the boss will stay dead. If you died at the same time. If the boss dies to bleeds after you died, you should have a luck.
Yeah.
It's a 50-50.
Even though you can watch him die in front of you as the screen's fading, it's like, no, he got you first.
You got your ass.
You got him on a technicality.
Yeah.
Play on the field stands.
Yeah, that's been my my project game has been this and Jedi Survivor still. But kind of not taking a break from Jedi Survivor, just kind of taking it slow. I have
Mm.
noticed, and I don't know if this is a problem with Jedi Survivor for other people, but uh, so the game defaults to quality mode, so 30 FPS cap, and if
Mm.
you there is a substantial like there's a big difference between the like visually between the performance mode and the excuse me the performance mode and the quality mode, like just visually it's huge. And I'm
Is it more than just resolution? Is it like depth of field, everything? Like, is it just its
reflection
scale?
quality, like all sorts of things. But the other issue
Mm.
is, unless you have a VRR display, and because of my current setup and the capture card I'm using, because I'm always plugged into the capture card,
Mm.
so I have to always go through it. Um, I can't use VRR, so it tears, and it tears bad, and I can see it at the top of the screen. Sometimes the games will tear, and I don't notice that much, but Jedi
Mm.
Survivor's kind of bad. So I kind of been flipping back and forth between, excuse me, the performance and the quality. If you're in a enclosed area, like not a big sprawling like sightlines forever, the performance is way better.
Mm.
But as soon as you're in like a big sprawling environment and you get into a combat with a few guys, it kind of drops. I've really noticed the res go like boost super high because I'm in a different area. Like I'm in a cave or something. It's just like solid 60, and then outside you're like, maybe not.
Reminds me in the old games when you used to like look up at the sky so it didn't have to render anything. You're like, haha, look at this awesome rate and just how smooth everything is. And then you look back at like the ground or anything around you and you're like, oh, there it is. There's the chugging.
Yeah.
It's the Ishimura.
Ishimura. I
It's sad the
find
ship doesn't have its own samurai sword.
well, Stone Village.
I know.
It's the
It
kanji.
should have its own
I
giant
find it
exploding
very
sword.
weird that I've been going through places and there's like those are the announcements on the thing, and they're in a foreign language. I think it's Spanish. And I'm like, I remember there being some Japanese ones, but it's
You're
weird that it's
teaching me out of alien language. That's Spanish. Yeah.
I don't want to.
Screw.
I don't want to say it's alien. It's not like we're playing Star Wars and it's Galactic Basic.
Yeah.
I know Galactic Basic when I see it. I can't read it.
Next you'll tell me you can't read Klingon. We're gonna have to revoke your note status.
Damn. I used to actually know some Klingon. We had the book and the tape that taught you how to speak Klingon.
I would love seeing someone trying to just like walk around as if they were a tourist and just butchering trying to speak English and then refer to a little guidebook and it's all in Klingon. They're like, hold on, let me translate.
That was one of my favorite event thingies going somewhere and the security all being done up in Klingon cosplay.
Yeah.
I respect the gig. So what have you been playing?
I've been playing a lot of Arcade Paradise that hit Game Pass. I'd always been looking forward to it, and it is a phenomenal game. Um,
That's the one where you take the laundromat and turn it into an arcade.
yes. You basically start working at a laundromat because your dad is like, "Hey, you need a job," and you're ass. You're awful. You're like, "Cool, thanks, Dad." You've got that '80s inspired lifestyle. Uh, so you got the rebel look to you, and you're like, "Ugh, whatever. I guess I'll do this." And what starts as like a laundromat job with one or two arcade cabinets in the back, you find them making money. You're like, "Cool. I'm going to try to expand on this." And as you continue to make money with them, the laundromat slowly gets smaller and your arcade in the back room slowly gets bigger. Your goal is to just make the coolest arcade you can. And the game is really interesting because it's got all of the prompts of like a video game when you're starting, like throwing in the laundry, cleaning the toilet, tossing trash. But all the arcade games are playable, so as you unlock more, you get to play more games. And they all have their own challenges and goals. There's a whole upgrade system, and it's surprisingly got good depth to it, and there's a good story too. But I definitely recommend it. The games are all fun and based off of popular games, and the arcade game itself has a lot to it too. It's a lot of fun. Have you even been playing anything besides Dead Space?
And Jedi Survivor. I went in and
Yeah.
played. I told you I had it. I told you I had it in physical. I told you I had it. So I booted up Black Ops 2 just to like I never played the campaign and honestly what like playing the hour or whatever I did, I kind of
Mhm.
know why. This Black Ops 2 feels like one of those 80s. It feels like it's trying to be like a movie like Terminator or something. Not Terminator,
Mhm.
Predator. But like the first part of Predator where it's trying to be the like we're badass guys, we're gonna go in and like ruin everything bit before the predator comes and ruins everyone's day.
Yeah.
So, uh, yeah, it's fine. Um,
Although speaking of Black Ops 2, real quick, did you see the player count that they hit earlier?
yeah, I was gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that in the news section because it's very interesting. Uh,
Sounds good.
I did start a new loop in Loop 8, but this one's going to be streamed entirely on YouTube, so you can watch if you want. It'll
Ooh.
keep the VODs there. I'll put them in a nice folder for people to watch. People can see through Loop 8 if they want. I'm
You
gonna
gotta start at
use.
loop one now.
No, I'm starting at Loop 3, but because the thing is that
Spoiled.
the problem is that the intro loop has copyrighted music,
Oh.
so you can't really like. I think you can't could technically show up, but you can't.
Mhm.
I just don't want to deal with that. One of the other streams got the VODs got copyright claimed, but luckily for me, it wasn't a douchebag who was trying to take the stream down, just someone who wanted all the profits for literally 55 seconds of song. I'm sure that video will make so much money anyways. It's not a big deal.
All 7 views are his now.
All of a sudden, like 1/5 of a penny.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, anything else I was playing besides Overwatch 2?
Yeah, that's all I was gonna say is that was the main thing in between stuff.
Oh, Exoprimal! We were playing Exoprimal! I should have gotten footage.
I
Because it came
forgot we did
out.
play that one night.
We did play. No, I've been playing it a bunch. Just people have been wanting to play Overwatch more than it for some reason.
Yeah, I
Uh,
just meant I had only played it once since launch that night with you.
what is your thoughts on it then?
I'm mixed because if I paid full price and didn't have it on Game Pass, I'd be a lot more disappointed than I am. I'm pretty okay with it for now, save for wanting some more content in it because it's the same as what I played in the beta. and I was enjoying the beta. It's got a little bit more to it now with the rigs and modules that you unlock you can actually use now. I'm a little disappointed that you don't have all of the rigs at launch. Not because I don't think you should unlock things, but because the only ones that are locked are one in each class, and it's the best one in each class, which you can pay to immediately get access to, regardless of what level you are. So there's obviously people that are doing that, and some of them will outclass you. The gameplay itself is fun, but I think
Yeah,
the
this
main
I
problem,
think having the sniper character for the DPS or whatever assault group was a mistake. I definitely ended up in more than one PvP match where that character where no one had it, so everyone's like trying to deal with the sniper character who's just perched
yeah,
up on a roof on the far side, just taking pot shots at everybody.
yeah, if there's a class that needs a counter, and the counter is specifically locked to the highest level, because it's level 40, I don't know what the cap is, but it's the
70,
farthest
I believe,
unlock.
is the one because
Okay.
one person got the to the highest rank you can do right now. I think 70 is the
Mhm.
highest rank you do. Honestly,
All right.
don't. I wouldn't rush if you're gonna play the game. Play it. I recommend trying to get a party of people together who can at least work together and aren't gonna try to do anything crazy because you really need the coordination, especially
Yeah,
against other teams. Some of
because
our
there's free
best,
classes.
yeah, but some of our like best games were we looked like we were gonna lose and then we win because we'd out teamwork the other team.
Yeah, that
It
happened a few times where like we were both at the end, everything had been done, both of us just needed to
Oh yeah, we
upload the
just got.
data.
It's like the whole team got wiped. We're like, so they're like, oh shit, we're gonna lose, and then we come back and it's just like, nah, I lived, bitch. Which has been the phrase of the week.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
lived, bitch.
Between that and Overwatch, had some close calls.
uh, yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, I
For
like
sure.
Exoprimal. I do agree that the it could have worked as a free to play game. I think.
Yeah,
I don't know if
I think that's why I'm enjoying it, is because for me it is a free to play.
basically because it's on Game Pass. Yes, and we're going to
Yeah,
talk about the Game Pass changes in the news section after this,
yeah,
along with some other thoughts I have on that, including a couple things in the news section. But
yeah. I have some thoughts too.
yeah, but yeah, the Exoprimal is a fine game on its own. If you aren't a Game Pass subscriber, you might want to wait a bit. On the 28th, which I thought was farther away than it is, but it is not. There's a PvE update coming, which is what I think everyone really wanted.
Yeah, there needs to be a better way to get to modes too, because right now the only choice is Dino Hunt, and
It's
it's
Dino
a
Survival, yeah.
playlist. Dino Survival, that's it, and it's a playlist of multiple random modes together. I wouldn't mind having a mixed
Yeah, there's no
playlist if I
custom.
could also choose. Like
There's
maybe
also
I want.
no
Oh
custom
yeah,
modes,
no
which is
custom yet.
also a problem. Because I guess that also we'll start moving into the news section in a second here, but as part of my biggest issue with the game is
Hmm.
no custom maps matches is kind of silly.
Yeah, and I'm not saying every game needs to have player
If
versus
it's
bot,
if it's
but
PV, no, what I mean by custom games is like I know Overwatch and Halo have like insane amounts of
yeah, with like Forge and
user
stuff
modes or
too.
whatever. But what I'm talking about is what if I want to have a private match? Like I get 10 people
Yeah,
together
and
and
that's what I
I
was gonna
want to have
say.
a private match.
Yeah, not every game needs like you versus bots, but if you have enough people that could fill both sides, you should be
Yeah,
able to say, "All right,
you
I'm
should
gonna
be able
host a
to just
match."
queue as 10. Or
Yeah,
I know that's extra programming, it's extra work or whatever, but and
it's not that much though,
maybe you don't
in
want to
in
promote
terms of
that.
what you could add, at least in terms of content.
Yeah. But yeah, let's get into the news then. I'm actually see this one. So the first thing is games with gold is dying,
And
and
I've seen way too many
Xbox
people
Live.
cheering for this.
Um,
I think they're misguided. I think when they hear Xbox Live, Gold is dying. And I say Xbox Live because that's the name they're getting rid of, even though we've had it for 2 decades now. Um, they think this means multiplayer is going to be free. Somehow Game Pass quality will go up because they're getting rid of games with gold. I'm amazed how many people are cheering games with gold dying. Even if the
uh,
games were garbage, it's still free games at no extra cost. People are like, thank God they're killing it. Okay, well, I mean,
I mean,
now you're not
I
getting anything.
I'm gonna I'm not playing the other side here. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle
Hmm.
where I think getting rid of games with gold was kind of inevitable. Inevitable.
Oh, yeah.
Um, Game Pass Core in itself is not a bad product. The games that are on it are actually pretty good. Do we have the full list here?
Uh, I think we have the current list, which is the 25 date announced, but they said they're going to be adding more over time, and they have not
I'm going to have to
specified
look at it
on
on the other menu
what
because this
that'll
is
be.
all I got for it. Is it's just the article? Oh,
I
sorry, this
could
is an
send you
article.
the
There we go. There we go.
image, I
There we go.
believe.
Sorry,
Okay.
no, it was. I was just on the homepage. I thought I clicked on it. I must have clicked back at some point by accident when I was doing so.
Gotcha.
Yes. So they're getting rid of. I don't know. Now I want to be fair here. Games with Gold was on its way up for a while. The game quality was going lower and lower and lower and lower and lower.
Yeah.
It was inevitable that there was a big change coming. Do I think this is better than Games with Gold? That's up for debate, in my opinion. Um, will
Mhm.
this will this hugely boost Game Pass subscriptions? Yes.
Depending on if you define everything going forward as one, the way
Well,
PlayStation.
let's. Yes, this is the thing. This is the same tactic PlayStation did. Is they
Exactly.
just reworked everything. Like, look at how many people we have subscribed to PS now, or whatever they called it, PlayStation Essentials. I think it is.
Yeah, it's like PlayStation Plus Essentials versus PlayStation Plus or PS Now.
Yeah,
I
they
forget what
just
they did.
rolled it all into one thing,
Yeah,
so it looks better for investors. I'm not
yeah,
against this.
because
The
then the
thing is
number
that
looks big.
I think this is as long as we keep getting good games added to the core service, I think this is
Hmm.
better than games with gold.
I
If we
think it has the
start getting
potential to
just,
be.
it has the potential. I wouldn't say it's exactly crazy. I do want to point out some interesting things. Here we go. Here we got the game list here. So the games we're starting with. So if you have games with gold right now, for some reason, and only games with gold, and are watching this, I don't know who you are, but honestly, I wouldn't pay for games with gold if I did. I probably wouldn't play multiplayer on Xbox. I'd just play it on PC for a bunch of these games. But anyway, that aside, so we're starting with Among Us. Among Us is a weird pick, but
I think they're trying to get a lot of people to get it so they can play together. Like, I feel like they're going to do first party stuff and then party games or something a lot of people can play with friends together. They
well,
want big stuff that's going to draw in people.
yeah, okay. Let's keep going here. Descenders, Dishonored 2, Diablo, Doom Eternal, Fable Anniversary Edition, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, Forza Horizon 4, Gears 5, Grounded, Halo 5 Guardians, Halo Wars 2, Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, Human Fall Flat, Inside, Ori and the Will of the Wisp, Psychonauts 2, State of Decay 2, and Elder Scrolls Online Tamriel Unlimited. Was
Yeah, I
included in
think
Tamriel Unlimited? I'm just curious. I don't play Elder Scrolls Online, so I'm not sure. Is that just the base game?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure when it launched, that was just what it was called. Although there could have been a small update or patch to it that added that. but I feel
Yeah,
like that's just base game.
I don't think it's all the expansions, at least not the newest. But yeah, so we have a Descenders as a Ubisoft game, is it not?
I believe so. Yeah, I was fan of Shutters for a sec.
Hmm.
Descenders is. Although it's interesting to see Ori on there after all the controversy in the
They
past
own the
that that
IP,
studio
so
has
I think
had.
they're gonna do whatever they want with it. I think that's a stand-in. Because if you look at this list here, we've got a arcane game, an ID Software game, Fable. I think Fable Anniversaries there is kind of build up hype for the new Fable because all these
Hmm.
are here for a reason. Fallout
Yeah.
4, uh,
Well, most of
got a
them.
Bethesda
Inside's hard
game.
to see.
The thing is that there's two. Sorry, my glasses are dirty, and I'm just trying to clean them here. It might look weird for a second because I'm kind of squinting. Uh,
Mhm.
there's two. Was it Bethesda online games here? What do they call it? ZeniMax Online? ZeniMax Online. That's it.
Okay,
I was
I
trying
was
to remember
like,
what the
what?
studio was called for a second. Excuse me. There's technically two here with
Hmm.
Fallout 76 and Elder Scrolls. It is weird that there isn't like Skyrim. Is Skyrim even on Game Pass? It should be, right? I'm like 90% sure it's here. I don't. I think it's just everyone owns it at this point, so no one knows.
Hmm.
Skyrim Anniversary Edition is not, but Skyrim. What? I'm looking on PC here because I'm there. Oh, Special Edition is, but not Anniversary. I don't know. Sometimes these editions of Skyrim make my brain hurt. It's been like that forever.
Hmm.
Yeah, so Skyrim is on Game Pass. Kind of not surprised that it is, but whatever. So you got Bethesda first party with Fallout 4, which is an interesting choice. Fallout 76. I think that's fair. Fallout 76 has gotten a lot of popularity, I'd say recently.
Yeah, I think they've come into some good graces with how they've been giving back to the community
They really should get
after
rid of
kind of a rough
Fallout
start.
first, in my opinion, but
They should get rid of what?
Fallout first, the the paid
Oh,
extra
is that the,
subscription.
yeah,
Yeah, it needs
the
to go, in
subscription
my
within a
opinion.
subscription?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it needs to get lost. Uh I'm
Where's
kind of
Fallout
surprised that
Shelter?
it's I'm actually kind of surprised that it's Forza Horizon 4 and not 5 because I thought they haven't delisted 4 yet.
Yeah,
Cuz with Forza it usually gets delisted after it gets pulled off Game Pass. I think 4 is still on Game Pass though.
4 is. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
3 is too.
No, three's not. 3 got delisted.
They didn't. I thought 2 got delisted.
I'm pretty sure three's also delisted. The games can only exist so long because of the licensing agreements, so I'm actually shocked because Motorsport got delisted. The last Motorsport 7 was it?
Uh,
Because the new one's
what?
just the
The one?
restarting again with
Yeah,
Motorsport for
it's
some
just
reason.
Motorsport.
Motorsport. Yeah, so of course it's weird. Gears 5, it's probably not going to include Hive Busters, or just I don't know if it includes Hive Busters or not. Hive Busters is the best part of Gears 5 in my opinion.
Hmm.
Grounded. I mean, this is a great multiplayer pack already with 76 Grounded. It's nice that a lot of these are multiplayer games and have multiplayer focus. And there's some single player games kind of sprinkled in there, like Dishonored 2, of course. So we have Halo 5 Guardians also, which I don't think is a bad game, but with people just having it on gold, that means people could play through the campaign and actually 4-player co op, which would probably be sick.
Hmm.
Uh, Halo Wars 2. If you
I
have
like
never
that game.
seen the Halo Wars 2 commercials, you are missing out. They are comedy gold. The car salesman one and the plane one in particular are chef's kiss. Like, I don't know who thought like having the dude in the full prosthetics there. Oh my god. Like the actors all done up as the commander dude.
Hmm.
Love it. Absolutely love it. It's so good. They're so good. It is a really good game too. I haven't beaten Halo Wars 2. I got to one of the missions and then I kind of stopped and never went back. I
Hmm.
was also moving at the time. I'm like, this looks like fun, and then I never went back to it because I didn't want to start Rise of 2 because I was moving. Yeah, you don't want to start a game like that and then have to move. That would suck. Hellblade, Send You a Sacrifice. I kind of like these picks so far. Because you got like the original Hellblade here. You've got Gears 5. We all know there's another Coalition game coming around the corner, and it's probably going to be Gears 6.
Hmm.
I'd be very surprised if Gears 6 isn't coming in the near future.
It's hard to say because five. I don't want to say
But
it's a live service, but it's definitely been treated more as a long-term thing than
have you have you
some of the
played
past
have you
ones.
played Gears 5 campaign the whole way through?
I didn't finish it. I was running it with someone, and then
I
they
will
finished with someone else. So,
I will just say no spoilers, but the game ends on a big cliffhanger. So
oh yeah, I expected that.
Gears 6 is basically coming. Uh
I wouldn't say I don't think it's coming. I just don't know if that'll be the immediate focus. I feel like after Gears Tactics got some popularity,
Gears
I
Tactics
don't
was
know.
made by another studio, was it not? It's just Coalition's
It might have been.
IP. I don't think it was
Yeah,
made by I think it was why do I want to say Certain Affinity?
but all I mean is that since that got some popularity and moved some of the story in a different direction, I feel like it's what happened with Judgment, where it's not the exact same main characters, but the story was expanded a bit, the universe. I don't know if they're going to jump right into last time we left off on, or if they're going to do more of a wide angle approach kind of thing.
Splash damage. Just splash damage. I don't know why I wanted to use Certain Affinity. Splash damage. It was not developed by the Coalition. Because the Coalition
Yeah,
has not released another thing since Hivebusters, which is the best part of Gears 5.
you don't think it's the Terminator Salvation cameo?
No man, it's Hivebusters. Hivebusters is so like the little campaign is great. I know it's supposed to it leaves on a cliffhanger for the multiplayer mode where you're supposed to get out of the hive, and I've done that a couple times, but it's kind of fine.
I enjoyed it, but you got to play with the right group of friends because
Yeah, you do
randoms will
really
just
need the right
rush
group of
ahead and
people for
die.
that one. Grounded also is just great. Did you notice that a lot of these games are from different first party
Well, I feel
studios?
like in general, the Xbox Game Studios umbrella is basically just a bunch of different devs and groups just hanging out. Like it doesn't feel like there's one unified or lead group. It's just Xbox Game Studios is, and then a bunch of smaller studios within it. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't feel like
Yeah.
there's quite a unified or
I don't think
leader.
there's not unified. I don't think that everyone's working with everyone of like, oh yeah, we're all the same. But it's the same with all the first party studios. Even Sony and Nintendo had the same issue, in my opinion.
Mhm.
But then the pricing tier. Now, this is where I think I agree with people. This is weird. Why is core $10 and gets you like it's 10. This is you. These are U.S. prices. This is not Canadian prices. So it's $10 a month for online multiplayer, and then 25 games. You get the deal and the whatever. That same $10 on PC gets you EA Play,
Yeah, that's what I'm not as cool with. Like I still have
but it
Ultimate,
also
but
gets you all the like best ones. I
yeah,
honestly feel like um core should be either cheaper to make the console, because the console just Game Pass makes no sense.
I just think it's weird that it costs more than PC and gets you less than what PC has. I know the games may be different on each, but if you're looking at what each one gives you just as bulletins, you're getting less and paying more with console compared to the PC one. And I think that's a swing
Yeah,
and a
it should
miss.
at least be the same price. That's why
Yeah,
I think core should have been moved down $1. I think
yeah,
if it was $8.99, $9.99, $9.99, $16.99, that makes a lot more sense.
yeah.
I
And
know
I
you're
know
trying to
that they
make
just
Ultimate
raised
look
the
more
price by like a
appealing,
dollar. Yeah.
because it's like then it would be 21 or 20.99 or 20.98 or whatever, or 19. Yeah, it'd be 20.98 or something like that.
Yeah, it just feels a bit misguided. Like
It's
whoever made this
They're
doesn't
trying to make you
understand what
get
each
to
one.
Ultimate. Like basically, it's
But
we're trying to get you to get to Ultimate. Look how much value you're getting. Like you get all these three lower tiers for only $17. It's
I feel
honestly,
like it was already like that though, in terms of Xbox Gold and base Game Pass, and then you'd get Ultimate to quote unquote get both.
oh yeah, it's just they added another tier here basically with I think you I I don't think that $10, if you're just someone who plays for online and buy the latest COD or whatever,
Yeah, then you're getting a good deal with this.
I guess it's okay.
Well, I mean, if you go from just having Xbox Gold to technically having Xbox Gold and a
The
base version of Game Pass.
Here's the other thing. I remember back in the 360 days, I used to have a couple friends who just played COD. It came out, they played new COD. That was all they did. The games with
Mhm.
gold, they never downloaded ever.
Yeah, there's some people I know that just, it was like, oh, I'll get to downloading that. It's like, we don't even have to download it. Just pick it up so that you own it. It's like, if I remember. And that was just crazy to me hearing that.
Yeah, I know everyone's different, and we're not trying to shame people here. I'm just
Yeah,
saying that this is a fact. I know people like this, and you know people who forgot about it, because that's the thing. That's why I kind of think this is better in some regards, because at least then it'll be like, well, you have access to these games, play them if you want.
yeah. Plus, there's do you want to play them on cloud instead of downloading them?
Well,
Do
this
you
doesn't have a
want
cloud
to?
option. Core does not add cloud.
Oh, it doesn't?
No, there is no cloud on Core.
Interesting. Um,
Ultimate is the only way to get cloud, which makes, in my opinion, a lot of the arguments against cloud. It's obviously a supplementary. It's supplementary to Game Pass Ultimate. It is not
yeah.
regarded with any of the other ones.
And it's also not the main focus.
You
And
also
everyone's
can't
like,
sub to just cloud. Cloud isn't an
exactly.
option. It's PC console or everything. Because
Yeah.
cloud's the most expensive one to run.
Which is why it's like, all right, only if you're in the top tier package do you have to apply to this.
Yeah.
Everyone else, we're
I
saving
mean,
money on.
if I remember correctly, GeForce Now is yeah, it's okay. I wanna see how expensive you are. You're not gonna tell me how expensive it is tier wise. Are you?
No, you might form opinions about us if we'd let you know that.
Well, they have like a full list of the games they support. Um, GeForce Now was like the big one, but yeah. I just want to look at services. I don't want to log in here because I'm sharing my screen here. So we're not
You
going
don't want to
to.
give up your precious information?
Yeah,
You don't
just
want to
to
dox
anyone, just
yourself?
to anyone on the internet. Yeah, it's totally. Let's do that.
Yeah. Oh, crazy.
Yeah, only 360 titles. What about Xbox One?
For what?
Regardless of subscription status, any 360 titles redeemed via Games with Gold in the past will be kept in the player's library.
I think someone was saying Xbox One is only yours when you have your Xbox Gold, but 360 games were yours no
The
matter what.
360 games you got to keep forever, more or
Yeah.
less. Yes.
So I think that's what that's supposed to be specifying.
But what about the Xbox One? Like, what about like? I know they're not going to take the games off my account as long as I keep paying. I
Hmm.
got it. I got that. But what I want to know is, hold on. Players can continue to access any Xbox One games they previously redeemed through Games Gold as long as they remain a core or Game Pass Ultimate member.
Yeah.
Why? Well, the thing is,
I mean, if we didn't technically own
now
them with Gold, they wouldn't
this
just give
game.
us a ton of licenses.
I don't need the AM prompt. Thank you. But Gears 5 was actually on gold at one point. So I actually own it via Games with Gold. I also have a physical. It's right here. I can't get it out because it's stuck between Titanfall 2 and Rage 2. They're sealed still because I don't really need to open them.
Wait, you
It was
put
like
it in between
$5
an
for
R and
Gears
a
5.
T? How do you have that organized?
It's not organized alphabetically.
Oh, well, that
My
explains that.
librarian friend would kill me with my game organization. I'm trying to actually figure out a better way to keep them in the. They can't. You can't quite get them too high on the shelf.
Well, don't let that shelf fall on you due to an earthquake, or you get isekai into Pac-Man.
Good luck. There's a lot of weight on the bottom. Like a lot of weight on the bottom. If the thing toppled, I'd be very surprised.
You'd be
I'm
very
also
dead.
I'm also underground, not above ground. So
What about a an in-ground earthquake
anyway, moving
from
on.
from the center of the earth?
Anyway, moving on. The higher you are off the ground, the worse it would be.
Yeah,
We don't really get earthquakes here.
I don't think I've ever had one, but I'm trying to make
There
a Silent
was
Hill
one.
bookworm reference.
There was one here at one point. Like it, it wasn't really like a full on tectonic plate shift or whatever that caused like
Hmm.
massive earthquake, but it was an earthquake and it did happen.
We usually get
Uh
just hurricanes and water-related stuff.
yeah,
Not as many
hurricanes happen
tornadoes or
up
earthquakes.
here. All right. That's all. Game Pass Core feels half-assed, but I mean Games with Gold was never the focus. It's Game Pass Ultimate and
Yeah, and this feels like a step in the right direction for people who were specifically only subscribed to Gold. I get that it
oh
doesn't feel
no.
like much of an upgrade for other stuff, but it's mostly because you already have better stuff.
Why do people have to call me when I'm podcasting every time? Every fucking time. You back, Justin? You back on the call? Is it working again? Cause this is my least favorite, and they don't want to fix it. problem. Justin, you back?
I hear you now.
Okay, good. Phone call. The usual shit. I
It's the best.
We've been on them. This should not be an issue. You shouldn't drop out my internet when I get a phone call. What year is it?
I was gonna say, I'm sorry, this is 1994. A phone call will destroy your dial-up.
Anyway, let's move on to my next news story. It's actually two in one. Quickly. Overwatch 2 is coming to Steam on August 10th.
Not just that, they've said supposedly that there's more on the way. So it sounds like if you're on PC, Battle.net is not going to be the only way to play some of these games. And I think we know why that is.
Yeah, we all know exactly why this is. It's clear that this was internal. That they always thought this coincides with a lot of other things. With
Yeah.
ABK being delayed until October is the latest.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be till October. They said it should
No,
take 2 to 6
I think
weeks tops.
they got extra time just because.
Yeah, I think this was Activision saying if it's not done by October, we're done by then. It'll be done before then, but if for some reason it's not, we walk.
They're not gonna walk. They'll just
Yeah,
close
they're also
over.
never gonna get that far. Well, exactly. They've already been
Yeah.
given permission today, uh, from the U.S. system saying there's nothing in the way for us. You can legally close over, and they're like, we're gonna pause for a second, see if we can work something out with, the UK.
Well, the thing
And
is that they don't want to piss off the UK, in my opinion.
well,
But
yeah, I think it's also because they want to look good for the next possible acquisition. Because you could absolutely close over, but it wouldn't look super great. And then if you have to do something like this anytime
well, they
soon,
threatened
it's
they were
never going to
gonna.
be on their skit.
Microsoft was playing 4D chess the whole time, and they're like, "Well, yeah, we'll just close over the FTC. It's not a big deal." And the FTC's like, "Not under my watch," and they fell for the bait
Yeah,
and went for the permanent
exactly.
injunction. Yeah, you got
And then when they
4D
were denied
chess,
that,
FTC. It's okay.
although while we're talking about that quickly, I gotta mention what happened yesterday with the gamers. Um, So, as people know, the couple of gamers, the Sony fanboys that live in California, had pooled money together and tried to make a case against Microsoft and the ABK. They had gotten laughed out the first few times, their lawyer easily taking their money. Yesterday, out of nowhere, they quickly filed an emergency appeal against it, and the justice who was presiding over the case immediately rejected it without looking at any of it and said, "Stop." So I don't know how much money they wasted again a second time, but
I thought they were trying to move it to the Supreme Court for some reason.
I think they were trying to one up it with the emergency appeal, but the judge was like, "No, I'm not even going to pretend to care about this." So it immediately got dropped again, and I'm
Thursday.
pretty sure they're blocked going forward from negotiating any higher terms because it's already been seen as perfectly fine.
It's frivolous.
Oh, 100%. It's a
Say the
huge
list.
waste of money on their part,
Yeah.
almost as much as the taxpayer money.
No, there's more taxpayer money wasted than those clowns. Anyway, the next thing I want to talk about is the Diablo 4 patch notes, because this is a doozy. And this is part of the reason why I was really leery about the way they were doing this game, especially with the advent of a battle pass in the nets. Now, there's a lot to go through here, and I'm not going to go through all of it because that would be absolutely ludicrous. They're adding some new
Yeah.
cool stuff. There's a bunch of bug fixes, some co-op fixes, dungeon fixes, gameplay
Buffs and nerfs.
fixes. Ugh. And
That sure
miscellaneous
is a
stuff.
lot of
But I
language.
need to get down here. Is this it? No. This is what has everyone upset. So, what's happening here is they're trying to justify this, and I think this is dumb. They're adjusting bonus experience. Yeah, developer. We've observed the experience bonus rewards for killing monsters levels escalated way too fast compared to relative challenges involved. Blah 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 blah. This is a PvE game. That's cool. That is full price and will have a battle pass this season. You have to roll a new seasonal character to do the battle pass, just like you've had to do with Diablo 3 with seasonal characters and seasonal rewards. However, now they're literally taking your. So if you fought monsters that were 1 or 2 levels higher than you before, you get 15 or 20% bonus XP. Now, if you fight monsters that are a level higher than you, you get 1.5%.
Yeah, which means it caps out at 15%,
At 10
with
levels
the 10
higher.
levels. Yeah.
Here's my issue with this. It's a PvE game. We don't you right now you're like, well, we don't want them to just, get too much bonus XP. It's a
I think,
PvE game. Without
yeah,
PvP and any like I know there's a PvE mode, a PvP mode, I should say. I know it exists. I never did it, and the people that play it end up usually being like super hardcore into it, so there's like no point in going into the PvP in these games. The problem is that you're like, well, you only get a bonus up to 15% at 10 levels higher. Who's gonna fight monsters that are 10 levels higher than them?
well, I think there's two reasons they did this. One was to prevent level boosting, where you would have someone who is stronger fighting their monsters, and while you're lower, you would just crazy scale up uh,
Who
with that.
cares?
Well, that's the thing. I think the reason that they care so much is because since this is a live service game, they want people constantly playing. And if you max out your character really quick, there's much less of a reason to play. Especially when they're doing seasonal
Make
stuff,
better
they don't
game.
want people well, they don't want people to get burnt out and finish the season in like the first week and then for the next 90 days have no reason to play the game. The goals are definitely going to
Make
be
the
different
game
than with
better
Diablo
then.
3.
If you made the game good and not grindy, people would play it more. People still play bloody Diablo 2.
I mean, I'm enjoying Diablo 4 though. Like, I
I
haven't
haven't
found
played
it
it
too
in
grindy.
weeks. I'm gonna be honest with you. I
Hmm.
have not booted it up in weeks. Probably like 2 weeks. Because people were just moving on to other things to try and waiting for the season to drop. And honestly, looking at some of these patch notes, and then it's like, oh, we have to nerf some of these classes. Now, there's a whole other section on balance for things, and you have to literally go through character by character. And for some reason, it won't render out right. Don't ask me. I don't make the website. There should be plenty of space on this 1440p monitor. Uh, the issue is they're nerfing Druid apparently because Druid's too good.
Yeah, there's some broken builds so far with that.
Yeah, there's broken builds. It's like this happens every time you have a bloody skill tree. And that's the thing. And people will be like, but this is better. It's not. The same shit happens every time you have a skill tree like this. With percentage based stuff, people will find stuff that is broken and they will use it. And then it becomes the only build. You shouldn't have gone back to the skill tree. It's not good then. It wasn't good then. It's not good now. This is not a
As
10
you
out
can
of
tell,
10
he's
game.
not a fan of the skill tree.
Skill tree's dumb. What does it add? Seriously. No, seriously. What does it
It
do?
adds choice.
It adds
Like, I
a
can build the
false
character.
dichotomy of choice.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, I can build a character differently than the way someone else does. Granted, there are quote unquote better builds, but if you're a player like me
There's
where you
always a best
don't
build.
care, yeah, if you don't care what quote unquote the best is and just want to do it the way you have fun, I'm able
So
to do that.
100k to respec is good too.
No, there's definitely a better way that they could be implementing
Yeah,
some of the
it's like
features
it's
of
like
that
having
system.
set talents was a good idea or something.
Uh, I don't know. I didn't like
Being
the
able to
way.
change your build on the fly in like just a couple of button presses and get right back into it was fun. You can't even
Well, I agree
save
with
more than
that.
one build. You have to
Yeah, you
just
should definitely be able to save a preset for your classes, so you can switch between them depending on the circumstances.
yeah. They should know this. They're Blizzard. It's not like they have a game with. They've had other games with skill trees in them before that also had the same problem.
Look, Blizzard's a small indie mom and pop company, and this is their very first game ever. You gotta give them some slack. Yeah, it is weird that they started with number 4 in their first game, but they probably know what they're doing.
Have you
Yeah,
seen the
I
other thing? I gotta switch off this for a second so I can find the story. But there is
which other thing?
another story going on with Blizzard. But ultimately, this is all on Blizzard for deciding that it's like the old ways are better. We gotta go back.
I don't know if it
And
was that. I think they specifically were like, we need to slowly drip feed content because then it looks like we're adding content, which makes it easier on the team for quote unquote adding new content every 3 months. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying, I mean, Destiny 2 did it. Like, all the
what he's trying to
goodness
say
that
is they
Destiny.
blew their load too early.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. When you make a sequel to a live service game and you already have all this good stuff, if you start there, there's a shit ton of work ahead. But if you backscale it and then add the shit that was already there with some of the new shit, you're able to stretch it out much farther. And it
The
sucks,
open
but
world, I think, in Diablo 4 is one of the biggest downsides to it. What was I
I'll
gonna look
wait
up?
and see on that one. Only because I like it so far,
What
not
does it
feeling any
do?
regret.
I have
I
to
just
go from one side of the map to the other. Got to go from here to the. Just make more dungeons and stuff to go through. It really doesn't do much. It's like, oh, and I can go from this side to this side to this side. I miss adventure
no.
mode. Flat out. Adventure mode was dope.
Well, they're
Beat
definitely
the
gonna bring
game
that
once, you
back.
do the story, and then you just go through and just randomly generate stuff.
Yeah, I do. I like the option of randomly generated on top of the procedurally. If you have like two different modes, I can definitely see the argument for both. I'm gonna leave it as wait and see because I don't know how they're gonna change it each season. But there's supposedly gonna be new areas added. You have to redo the map for starters because apparently it's gonna change. So I don't know. I'll have more of an opinion minimum next week, uh, depending on how much I can play of the first season starting tomorrow. But um, I definitely think there's some things that
This is not the one I was looking for.
doesn't feel fair to compare to Diablo 3, and I don't think that's entirely true. I'm gonna have to change my stance. I don't think it's fair to compare it to Endgame versus the start of this now, but now that we're getting into season one, it's hard to justify not comparing it to the end then because it's like you've had your beta, you've had your preseason quote unquote, you made the game, both times, so you could have easily brought in features over at this point, uh, and established them. So you've already had a working base. Everything that's not here going forward that was there in Diablo 3 is harder to justify as growing pains for the game. It seems much more purposeful now, if that makes sense.
It kind of makes sense, but my problem with being like, well, we can't hold them to the same standards as the game that they had for 11 years. Why did you throw 11 years worth of good ideas out the window?
Yeah, and I can definitely see that point, which is why my stance has changed a bit from you can't compare it to, well, there's definitely a lot you can compare. I guess I didn't want it to be like, the new thing that just came out is not as polished as the 11-year thing with all the features, of course, but there's definitely way more that should have carried over. It's not like, a blank slate because you decided to make a new game. They definitely should have carried over a lot of those 11 years. And the longer this game exists, the harder it is to justify why there's not more brought over. I just want to play as the new class that they introduced in Immortal, which I'm surprised. Well,
Can we talk about this shit too?
which what happened?
Reducing the amount of stats on weapons. Like everything here. Why do we have to make the game less fun? Diablo is about ripping through hordes of monsters for like with your buds. That's what it's about. It's what's always been about. It's
It's
like,
about killing
oh,
demons.
oh, you're too powerful now. We got to make you. It used to be 50% stronger on weapons. Now it's like 25%.
Look, I think we're not complaining about the real problem here, which is lack of cal level.
Oh, there's a cow level. I haven't found it yet, but it's there.
Is there
No
one
one's
already?
found it.
Remember
Okay,
you.
if there's no cow level, I will be very surprised. Whimsyshire 2.0. Whimsyshire was amazing, by the way. That was my favorite part of adventure mode when you randomly ended up in Whimsyshire. Because
I
you like
hope
you'll
they
go from
start
like
adding more like
heaven
that.
and then suddenly you're in Whimsyshire and you're like, what the hell is going on? Like they're nerfing players so much here. Pyromancy skill damage. Oh, it's increased. Increased. These are all increases. Hold on. Some of these are
Oh,
good, some of these are bad.
apparently, yeah,
Physical
Adam
damage increased
Fletcher
by
also
25%. Lightning damage, cold damage, everything.
uh Adam Fletcher also made a quick announcement. We and this was like 17 or 18 hours ago. We've been hearing feedback from players regarding some of our changes for 1.1.0 for Diablo 4. We're going to have a campfire chat later this week on Friday to talk about it. We'll have more details slash timing in the next day. Thanks for the feedback. So it sounds like right after this launches, they're going to have this chat about how people have already been reacting to it, and they might change things going forward. So at least it does sound like they're willing to listen. Whether they implement these changes is a different argument entirely. But
But the other thing I've noticed is they're not like, oh, we're gonna change weapons so you don't get shit weapons anymore. You'll get more stuff will drop. Yeah, but I want better stuff. Increase champ drop equipment from elites. Okay. But
apparently, the official word from Rod Ferguson is that Diablo 4's cow level doesn't exist. But it hasn't
they
stopped anyone
always say it
from.
doesn't
I was
exist.
gonna say,
It's
but they
literally
haven't.
that's guys, just shut up. Don't no, never take them. They're never going to admit the cow level exists until someone finds the cow level.
Yeah.
It
Well, this is why
exists.
it's hard, only because they said specifically at launch that there's none yet, which means it's either hidden or
It's
maybe they're just gonna add it later and not tell anyone.
yeah, that's the
So
thing.
who knows?
They're gonna say that it wasn't that doesn't exist because that's just how Diablo is. Like there is no cow level. Like it's been a joke since Diablo 1. There is no cow level. And then there's a cow level. It's a cow. Like I
Yeah, there's
don't
been a few times it was referenced, and then supposedly there was a patch that made it harder to find the cow level.
yeah, they'll do stuff like that all the time. But they'll like that's what I mean. And he'll be like, "Yeah, there's no cow level." And then like a week from now someone will find it. It just made it really hard to find. Someone will find it.
Yeah.
I just wish that they didn't do all these stupid changes from
Yeah, it is funny. Let's start off with the iconic quote from Blizzard. There is no cow level. It's become a running joke for over a decade now. As most fans know, there was in fact a cow level in 2 and 2 secret levels in 3. It's hard when you make a running gag the I don't know or no, because then when you don't actually have one and you say the exact same thing, everyone's like, "Ah, you guys." And it's like, "No, really, we
you
don't."
made the bed, you gotta
Oh,
lie in
you
it. You
guys.
have to make
Yeah,
the cow level
exactly.
now.
Yeah.
The problem I have with the biggest problem I have with Diablo 4 is them not understanding the problems that would have come from doing a skill tree. and I'm not the best person to acknowledge this, but the thing is when you do a skill tree and you have percentage based stats on there, percentage based anything is always a double edged sword.
Mhm.
If you have anything that's like, oh, it'll do 5% more damage, if you have 4 or 5 things that'll just make things do more damage, you better bet some jackass is going to just is going to figure out that, oh, I can just use this weakest skill and grab all these passives and just mash it forever and win. Like someone will go through all the effort to do that. You'd be like, I made this perfect skill tree. No one can ever find a flaw in it, and someone will find a flaw in it. It's the way it always is. And the thing is yeah, there were broken builds in 3, but because of the way 3 limited players, the it was more creative in how you had to do things. And it's like, oh yeah, you got to do more melee damage in this. You got to do more damage in this particular range, and you get items that would enhance abilities. And they still have that to a point, but it's like, oh, you get more skill points in this thing.
Mhm.
4 feels lazy in a lot of regards. It is not a better game than 3. It's a better game than 3 at launch, but we've had 11 years of 3, and 3 is still superior in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
That's going to be
There's
the
things I like about both, so it's hard for me to say cut and dry how I feel yet because there's both some good that I'm enjoying and some bad that I'm really annoyed and disappointed in.
they both have the same problem as each other at launch. The endgame content is crap.
Which in a game like Diablo is 95% of the content.
Yeah, I don't know how season one's gonna change stuff. I'll probably check out this thing. I was not too happy that it's like you gotta roll seasonal character to get the battle pass stuff. It's like, why do I care about battle passes in a full price game? I feel the
Well,
same
here's
way
the
about
other question.
Exoprimal and its fucking battle pass.
If you get stuff on the battle pass, will it only apply to your seasonal character that is useless after that season? Or will
Probably
it
not. It's
go
probably all
for,
account stuff. That's the way it
yeah,
was in the way it worked in 3 with seasonal characters is that you got seasonal gear or seasonal unlocks.
yeah, and I assume so, but
I only
besides
ran
core and
like one
hardcore,
season. The thing is, I don't have time to just blow on
you don't
battle
want to
passes are
dedicate to
annoying.
only playing this?
Battle
Yeah,
passes are very annoying for a couple of
you pay
reasons.
for the chance to win something if
No,
you
no,
put
no, no,
in
no.
time.
You pay for content that you then have to unlock by playing
But
the
you can
game
run out.
more.
Not only can you're paying for the chance to get the content because it's not a guarantee. You have to earn
Oh,
it.
is that the way Diablo one is?
I don't know yet. I just mean battle passes in general.
Battle passes in general are you pay for content and then you have to grind for the content that you paid for instead of
Yes, but
just
if you run
getting
out
the
of
content.
time, you don't even get the content. So you have. That's what I mean by the
Yeah,
chance. Like it's
it's
possible to
the
pay and lose.
it's FOMO. They're using FOMO to
Yep.
try and get you to do stuff, and I absolutely hate it.
Yeah, that and the predatory microtransactions of Overwatch is a good example. $20 for one
Yeah, but
skin.
Overwatch is
Get the
free to
fuck out of
play.
here.
Exoprimal and Diablo 4 are full price. Actually,
Oh, I agree. I
Exoprimal
just mean
is old full price, and Diablo 4 is new full price, and it still has microtransactions and battle
no,
passes.
I totally agree. I just mean, unfortunately, there's a lot of games that still have microtransactions, even without the battle pass, that are stupid expensive. Like $20 for a skin
I mean,
pack
twenty
in
dollars for a
Call of
skin in a
Duty.
free to play game or Call of Duty mobile or Call of Duty Warzone is what it is.
Sadly, it's like that without Warzone too, though. It's for just the base multiplayer. They've been doing it for a few years. That's insane, though. Skins,
That's because people are
something
crazy.
cosmetic in a first-person game too. Like, don't get me wrong, in Overwatch, it's like, oh, my weapon looks a little different, or my hand now and then. you don't have that much of a change because you play in first person, and they want you to pay 1/3 of a game so that other people can see how you look. But they use FOMO to make you think it's super valuable. It's you can't miss it. You can't afford to miss it. It's just it's so predatory. It's frustrating.
It is very predatory, and that's why I don't like to partake in it, and I try to tell people not to partake in it.
Yeah,
Play a game for what it is and move on when you're done. You don't have to beat the battle pass.
yeah, exactly.
Um, I want to talk about. I can't find like a good article, but there was a video that came out, and someone was talking about an issue with the Xbox Series consoles and its SSD.
Hmm.
Now, I want to preface this is that we need to push back now before it is a huge issue in the future. So as of right now, if you were to try to swap your SSD, the internal one, not your external expansion card, just the internal one. If you try to swap it out, like pull your whole console apart, open it up, pull the drive out, and put a new one in, it will not boot because there's a serial number lock tied to a secret partition on the SSD. If you
Hmm.
clone the SSD, you might be able to get the partition, but it doesn't always work. I'm not against them like locking the SSD to a console so you
Hmm.
can't just like what I mean is like if you installed a new SSD and maybe you had to get a USB key or something and you have to install your Xbox OS off of it and it's like you will not be able to remove this SSD and use it in another console. It can only be used here. I'd be okay with this compromise, but we need a way to install the Xbox OS on the console after we switch the SSD.
Hmm.
This has kind of been my big issue is they've done this before with I think the OG Xbox is the same way. So you can
Hmm.
end up having to mod it to pull out to swap the drive if you need to. And I'm lucky that the hard drive in my original Xbox still works, but that thing's over 20 years old now. Hard drives don't last forever, and neither do
Yeah.
SSDs. We need to push back now and soon so that, again, we can just get. I'm okay with literally having to sign in the Xbox Live or whatever, put in a USB key.
Wait, sign into what?
All I can. I'm. The thing is that we're not going to get. They're not going to be able to change this hardware. Like it's the APU
Yeah.
decides on a thing and it locks the drive to the console. Turning that all the way back is not plausible. Making a
Yeah.
piece of software that lets us install an OS on a new drive and lock a new drive to it would be, in my opinion, better than just. Well, you can't change your drive. Your console's a brick now
But
because your
should we
SSD
assume that
broke.
there's a reason they didn't do that? Like, is it possible that they've tried something like that, but they couldn't get it to work?
Okay, first point. This laptop here that you're seeing the screen has an
Hmm.
SSD in it. I put in the SSD. I did whatever. If this was a MacBook, for instance, MacBooks have the same issue, and to get around people being able to repair their own things, they do crappy stuff like lock the SSD to the the computer or the main board.
Hmm.
Apple has like even a step further where you can lock it to like an Apple ID or something. Now, if I, for instance, was selling a MacBook, one I use in school or whatever,
Yeah.
and I sold it to someone and I didn't, log in and format it, they would not be able to do anything with the computer.
Hmm.
You'd be completely locked out. You can't pull the drive out. You can't do anything with it. You can't even just put a new drive in and make it work. So locking it to locking the drive to the APU is bad. That means that if, you know, heaven forbid you have a problem with your console and, you manage to find another one with a working APU and you Frankenstein two Series X's together, you won't have a working one at the end because the drive, say the drive was broken in one and you swap it to another or whatever, you wouldn't be able to
Hmm.
just boot up and play because the APU has to be like, well, this isn't my drive. That's what it's going to do. So serial locking things is bad, especially for repairability of consoles. And
Yeah, it almost sounds like the human body, how it rejects, organs when you try to replace them.
almost, it doesn't
This
always
isn't my
reject.
organ. Oh, true.
But it is what it is. All all I'm trying to say is it doesn't have to be this way. And the
Yeah.
PS5 has the same issue where you'd have to literally fix all the chips on the because it's soldered to the board.
Hmm.
There's an M.2 slot in the Series X and Series S, and it would just be
Uh,
nice if we could use a USB key or something and install new OS if we have to replace our drive.
yeah.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for like you to open up the whole system so people can do stuff. I understand that uh, why you do stuff like this is so people can't just rip the drive out, copy all the data off, and run it on something else or
Yeah.
be scammy or whatnot. I understand that there are definite upsides and downsides to things.
Yep.
But what I really
If anything, this
want,
is a great example of people find a way to ruin nice things.
oh yeah, I mean, look at what happened with the Switch. The first gen of
Yeah.
the Switch, you can mod by using a paperclip, putting it in the safe mode because they
So
didn't
young.
lock the
So
OS.
like,
That's the thing. I understand why you do it. It's just scummy that you do it.
yeah, I agree.
And I think Microsoft needs to move away from some of these scummy practices and be like, yes, we do want to have the more repairable console. Yes, we want to have longevity on these machines.
Yeah.
Because
It'll
with
go a
that,
long way with the fan base too.
yeah, and that's going to be one of our next big pushing points is for the console to have repairability. I'm all about repairability. This, like I said, this is a framework laptop, and it's completely modular and completely repairable. Um,
Yeah.
Actually, I want to talk about one more thing before we move on to anime manga talk for the week. I just gotta switch over
Sure.
to here, and I'm just gonna bring this up. I just want to make sure I don't have. There we go. Here we are. Okay. Uh, Back to news story. Where are you? There. No, it's this one actually. Sorry, put the wrong one. The Framework 16-inch laptops are live.
Ooh.
Okay, can I restart this? This is actually crazy how cool this one is. So this is the bigger version. Um, so it's got 165 hertz display. This is like a gaming laptop. This one, and
Mhm.
it's going to cost you a pretty penny. Uh, so the back is actually you can get a GPU for it, and it extends the back of the laptop or whatever. We can actually go through the. Let's just look at it. So they're not cheap. This is Canadian dollars, by the way, because it's signed into my account.
Mhm.
But so I did notice something cool about this. So we're just gonna pick the lower one here for now. um,
What was the
is a big
difference in it?
boy. Sorry?
What was the big difference in it too?
Uh, Slightly higher boost speed on the other ones. Mine doesn't have
Okay.
a GPU on it, like an external GPU. So it uses DDR5. This is the internal here. You can see the two cooling fans here. It also has two M.2 slots. I don't think you can see my cursor. No, you can't. I do it over here. Can you see it? No. Okay, never mind. So there's two M.2 slots. You don't have to put it. You don't have to. The best part about buying a framework one is you don't have to. This is a. I went to the do-it-yourself one, so you can order it without RAM. Uh, because it uses DDR5, these sticks might be a little harder to find, but look like they're standard DIMM. Just if you are going to order the framework 16 here, if you're interested in a laptop like this that's completely modular, uh, I had the issue that the RAM I purchased for mine didn't work because it wasn't on the list. Buy one
Oh.
that's on the list, it'll make your life easier. Storage is not as bad. Seventh rockets are cheap. You're in two of those. So this is the back section here.
Mm.
So I think it comes with, you can either get just this is an empty bay, and then there's one
Mm.
with a graphics card in it. That's been the big deal on this one, is you can actually replace the graphics card in it with another module, with another one in the future. And that's what's been the
Mm.
coolest part about this project. And this is an open standard. So hopefully in the future, if other laptop manufacturers want to get on board with something like this, anyone can use it. I don't think there's any I/O on the back of it though, which is kind of a shame. Could be
Yeah.
doable. Uh,
I'm sure
it
it's not
has,
the priority yet.
well, these guys are, they're trying to make more sustainable computers,
Mm.
and I really appreciate them for that, because laptops in particular, it's really dumb that you can't just like why do you have to throw out the whole computer or get rid of the whole computer because oh, I need something faster. Why can't you just pull out the why can't most of them just pull out a board, put a new board in it? I, like, logically thinking, a lot of parts of the laptop will be good for a very long time. Like even the motherboard, like even just the base computer, like the motherboard with the CPU and the RAM on it, will still be good after it's not good enough for you. It'd be great for someone, maybe like a school or something could use it for, uh, like word processing, or a Chromebook
Yeah.
unit for word processing machines, uh, less privileged kids. Like honestly, the
Use
concept.
it for the poor.
Well, why not?
No, I agree.
Why
It's just
don't we
funny the way.
repurpose things? Apple
Well,
is
it's just the way
the
you said it.
Apple is literally the epitome of doing things for pure profit and not thinking about the rest of the world.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're frustrating with their products that are basically like we're gonna design them so that you need a new one if it breaks.
Can we talk about? Can I talk about? So there was a MacBook design flaw at one point where the ribbon cable for the screen
Mhm.
was like 3 or 4 millimeters. Yeah, millimeters. Like 3 or 4 millimeters more slack would have made it
Mhm.
not kill itself. And you can't just replace the ribbon cable.
And they didn't
And
fix
you
it going forward?
and they'll want you to replace the whole screen. No, it's for the screen. So
Yeah.
every time you open and close the laptop, it put strain on the ribbon cable because it didn't have enough slack. And then the ribbon cable would wear out. It stretch itself. And you can't just replace the ribbon cable because it's soldered on one side. So you have to and
They
then
didn't fix that going forward, design-wise?
they did change it later, but
Okay.
there's also the one with the MacBooks that had NVIDIA chipsets in them.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't put enough cooling on the NVIDIA chipsets,
Oh.
so they desoldered themselves from the board. Apple blamed NVIDIA. NVIDIA blamed Apple for not putting enough cooling on it. The two never worked together again after
Big
it.
surprise.
Well, NVIDIA's bad too, but
Yeah, for different reasons.
NVIDIA's trying to be Apple 2.0 basically.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Don't meet
So
your heroes.
anyway, it's nice to see graphics cards that are replaceable in laptops again.
Yeah.
These were a thing at one point, so this is not a new idea, but someone making a standard that could be used on more than one laptop is great. This is bezel, power adaptation, whatever. But I did notice.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think they did announce something like that recently because I remember someone saying like, "Oh, AMD is
So if you
partnering with them."
buy the graphics module, you get the game.
Is it the
And
standard version or is it like a special
it's
one?
the premium edition. The thing is that you might not get it.
By the 5 day early release date?
Yeah, you might not get it, but it's really cool to see AMD and Bethesda backing such a cool product. This is clearly a product like the 16 is clearly for gamers,
Yeah.
or people that don't want to game. The thing is that with this back expansion bay, yeah, this one just fits snug, like, and the other one's bigger. This is the one with the GPU. Is the bigger one, and this one is the smaller one.
Mhm.
Like there's one that's just, I believe this is just a light end cap, so it just looks whatever. So you can actually pull the graphics card out if you don't need it. So it's like another $135 for this piece of, which is expensive, but I would probably just get like a gaming laptop is expensive. They're always have been very expensive, and the problem with them is they're never upgradable. Or if they are upgradable, it's only like, well, it's got a desktop socket in it, so you can just swap that out once. Where the graphics card usually is the thing that gets. It's usually the thing that gets thing. So this is an all AMD machine, which is good and bad. So this is also really cool.
Huh.
Hold on.
Is it like a righty and a lefty?
No, watch this. This is even crazier. So you can have a number pad. Don't want a number pad? Put it in the middle. Put little spacers. Now there's different spacers. There's like regular spacers. These are just black ones, right? Yeah. Just black. Don't do anything. There's an RGB module. I believe this is. Wait, it's a hot kiss. This is a hotkey module. This one.
Hmm.
So it have like hotkeys and you can set them up to whatever. I would have kind of liked them to be a Stream Deck esque replacement, but
Mhm.
the big deal with this one, the 16-inch, is that you can swap the key. Like I think it's two screws here. Yeah, you can see it. There's two screws at the bottom of the keyboard
Mhm.
to hold it in, and it has like little slots here for power. I don't know if you can see those little power plugs in the bottom, but there are a few of
Not
them.
quite.
So right underneath the keyboard, you can see there's like slots. Can I
Mm-hmm.
reset? So basically, the keyboard has like a couple positions: go all the way left, all the way right, or
Right.
in the middle here with the two little light bar thingies on the side. Uh, these are very content creators. This is for the number pad one, where it moves all the way to one side and you get the full number pad.
Yeah.
Um, Where's the touchpad though? Because the thing is, the touchpad clinks in the bottom. Like it goes onto the bottom. It's its own module on the top. This one is a lot more parts. This is kind of a crazy design here. They have a lot of good layouts too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then they have different bezels for the laptop. Now they're held in with magnets. It's just as easy as they're showing you to put them on and off.
Mm-hmm.
But the other colors are more expensive. Power adapter. Well, how big is the? That's a 180-watt power adapter. Recommended minimum of 100 or 180 with the graphics module. Yeah, not surprised. Now the other trick this one has is the 6 USB-C. I can show you one of these. I have one. Pull one out, pulling the nails off, or disconnecting my laptop. No, USB-A one. I believe these are the exact same as the. There's just USB-C on one side and USB-A on the other. Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe these are
those are
the
nice, the interchangeable
exact
ones.
same. Well, it just
I have some of
slides.
those.
I could probably.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on the network. Okay, I'm good. I can actually plug it. It just slides in like this.
My God, you can't show that on TV. It's too
So
sexy.
too sexy. Yeah, a laptop with adjustable I/O. Oh,
Yeah.
oh! How
Oh
could
God,
you? How could you make
talk
something?
dirtier to me.
Yeah, get the Ethernet one. The Ethernet one overhangs. Yeah, they also have the audio one. So in the 16-inch laptop, it doesn't have headphone jack,
Yeah.
but this one does. So it looks like they made the board bigger. It's obviously bigger because it's a 16-inch laptop. And it's
Yeah.
got dual cooling on the top. But if you're looking for a gaming laptop, oh, I just accidentally turned off my computer. The default Windows display. There we go.
Mm.
It is very interesting to see. Yeah. So, oh yeah, the extra spacers. What are these? For the middle number pad module, RB sheet. Like, this is expensive. You're going to be spending probably about 3,000 Canadian on it
Mm.
if you wanted fully souped up. And I'm hoping that they sell enough of these that they'll keep making them, because if I had to go somewhere and use like if I had to move and I couldn't use a desktop anymore, this is the kind of desktop replacement I would want, because the upgrade path is there and you can sell your old parts. Because the thing is,
Mm.
I don't know how good this GPU is. Was it 77 5700S? Do you have a sheet on this? But 8 gigs of GDDR6. It's probably decent. There's no I/O on the back of this. Looks like, but it does stick out of the back of the laptop. I don't know. What do you think about modular laptops?
I think there's potential, but at the same time, how would the warranty cover this? And I only say that because, like, a lot of the
What
times it's
kind?
like,
What warranty are you talking about? Like just
well,
I,
like the basic consumer one you get, like for a product, usually comes with a year or two.
I believe these ones are a year-ish.
So my question is, what do they
1 year
cover with
limited
something like
warranty.
this? Because
They expect you to
there's a
open
lot
it.
of okay, because there's a lot of them that's like once you modify this in any way, shape, or form, it's
Uh,
null and
they've been
void.
pretty good about stuff. People have had issues with, like, I could flip my laptop over, open it up here on stream, and like show you its innards, but
I could gut it for you.
I already got it. But
No, I know. It's. I guess that's my one worry because for every smart and savvy person who can handle that and take the most from it, there's going to be someone who butchers it, has no idea what they're doing, and destroys their thing.
possibly, but like even the keyboard, moving the keyboard on this is. Oh wait, the screws don't even come out. How
Wait,
is
how are
this
they
held
moving it then?
in?
Yeah. Or maybe they're just not screwing it in to show you the examples.
No, when they moved it, they're at the right at the bottom, underneath the end, the arrow keys. There's two
Is it
screws
like
there.
magnetic?
It could be. How is that held in? That's so cool. Is it? Is it a tab system? It might be tabs.
Interesting.
This is an engineering feat here to make something like this.
Oh,
Honestly,
for real, it's
this
super
is
impressive.
one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Because the thing is, if I want to place the keyboard on mine, it is, I think, 32 screws.
Hmm.
And I'm not trying to be like this is a bad thing. It's just if you want a stable typing experience, you need that many screws to hold it in spot
Yeah.
place. It looks like what they did here is they're using the top part. Does it also slide over the top? It one. Oh, that's smart. That's so smart.
What?
Okay. For the untrained who haven't worked on things, what they did is actually genius. The top cover is a plate, and it screws in
Hmm.
here, and then all the other ones are held on by clips. I'm assuming clips and magnets to hold it in place
Interesting.
with your like, as we go down here. So showing the expansion module. There's a couple screws here. It looks like that's probably to pull off the screen, but there's no visible screw holes on the bottom because
Hmm.
they're all under the keyboard section. There's two here. There's one here, one here, one. Yeah, one, two. It looks like
Interesting.
it's 5 or 6. Yeah, so it's like a solid piece. So they don't use. If you want to play Xbox games on Windows and you're looking for a lappy, this is a cool machine. But they don't use uh, build aluminum the way that like a solid piece of aluminum like Apple does because it's wasteful. CNCing a
Yeah.
whole piece of aluminum is wasteful. A lot of people don't understand what CNC is. It's a computer milling. It basically goes in and it's like hollows out for the computer components to go in. They use forged, so it's like you use all the scrap that you carve
Hmm.
out of a CNC, put it all thing, you'd melt it down, and then you'd drop forge the thing, and then CNC maybe a little bit to like clean it up so you
Yeah,
could
it
put the
makes sense.
stuff in. But yeah, it looks like it's held. It might be in a couple parts here. The plate seems to be in a couple parts, but and you saw the whole thing on the top. Let me see the top again. Like it open with yeah, you know you can put Ubuntu on it. Okay, so if you see here, there's actually two spacers on the side of each side of the trackpad. You can actually cock the trackpad to the left or the right, also,
That's interesting.
if you wanted.
Surprised it can still do such a good job tracking with it moving around.
No, I mean like you could pull it out and move it. It's in a big plate.
Yeah.
You just leave it the way it is. This is such a cool design. Honestly, this is a really cool design. Uh, if I didn't already have a 16-inch laptop, I might consider buying something like this, but it's on the expensive side.
Yeah.
Like you're looking at, like I'd be looking at like basically 3 grand, which is a lot. It is definitely a
Yeah.
lot for a laptop. That's Canadian though. Again, Canadian. International Linux, International English. Okay, but yeah, I just wanted to point out that these are up. I know some people were looking at new lappies for school, whatever. It's, it's Q1 2024 or Q1 2024, right? Yeah, these
If it's
won't
quarter
ship
one, it's
until
probably.
probably next year sometime.
They'll
But
probably
now that
try to
they
have them
have
out right
the
before the summer.
no Q1 2024 would be no
Yeah,
next year,
that's what I
like
mean.
January ish,
Yeah.
January, February, March ish. All the earlier
Yeah,
ones are
I
already
assume it's
gone.
gonna be close to March.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're looking for something. The thing is that I think a lot of the how slow it's been to get this one out
Mm-hmm.
has been that they've had to redesign. They designed a whole new chassis from scratch. When
Mm-hmm.
they did the improved 13-inch, it was only a few months. Like even the new boards, like the AMD boards for the 13-inch, which doesn't have the
Mm-hmm.
GPU and is not compatible with the GPU. It feels like it uses a different board.
No Game Pass Ultimate.
That GPU is a chonker.
It's a thick boy.
Like it's so much bigger. But I mean, if you want that big GPU power.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here's the part. Yeah, the motherboard's completely different than the because the heat pipes go up and the fans are over here. Yep. Interesting. Yeah. So, the fans here just push out the side, actually, side exhaust, and bottom intake, side exhaust. Whereas this one is bottom intake, back exhaust. A very nice machine.
Very cool.
Yeah. So yeah, the other thing that's cool is that when you're done with it, you can. I wonder what you're gonna be able to if you're gonna be able to pull these GPU modules apart and pull the GPU out and connect it. Not for when it's like together, because the whole shtick is when you're done with it, you can swap out the board.
Mm-hmm.
Cooling this monstrosity might be a little bit different. Can I make this bigger? Is there an extra connect? It looks like there's just some sort of connector or leaf or something that connects it to the back. Yeah, here. Right in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably a PCI connector or something. I would assume it's PCI Express. Okay, I'm talking about stuff that no one cares about but me.
It's never bad to be passionate about stuff.
Yeah, it is definitely a cool machine. I don't have that kind of money, and I've already got enough computers. But if if I was moving somewhere and had to live a minimalist lifestyle and needed a machine to run games and stuff, probably would buy something like this. It
Cool.
is interesting that it's only AMD, whereas the 13 you have the choice of yeah, Intel or handy. Much more simple design. 16 is much more fancy.
Yeah,
Anyway, what do we got next? Anime talk, I guess. Um,
sure.
quick before we get into releases and new Game Pass stuff. Anime. I haven't started watching Zom 100 yet, so
Yeah, I'm waiting for a few episodes to pile up before I start that. I've been doing a watch group with one of my discords where every few days we'll start, an anime and bust through like 6 episodes and then continue
yeah,
it,
you were talking about
several times.
watching Yamada.
Yes. And the reason I put it off at first is because I'm like, I've already read the manga, I'll wait for it to catch
It's
up.
different.
Then yeah, that's what I had heard, and that's where I was like,
Uh,
oh.
I'm trying to find it quick on the list here, so people know what I'm talking about. Is these the Japanese title or the
Uh, I know it's like Yamada's love is
My
level
Love Story with
999.
Yamada at level 999?
Yeah.
Is it? There it is. Found it.
And this
It was
might
a
sound
fun
cheesy.
show.
Yeah,
Cheesy?
it's a lot more fun.
I wouldn't call it cheesy. I'd call it.
I
It's definitely.
I think the premise sounds cheesy before you watch it. Like, it's much more fun than it sounds. Because it
Uh,
does sound a little goofy.
I would say you're right to a point. Um, it is. It is kind of goofy. Basic premise, quick. The show starts off. Akane gets broken up with her longtime boyfriend. He breaks up with her for another girl who also plays games.
Yeah, he met her
She's
online.
not Akane's not very good at games, but she's one of those people that wears her heart on her sleeve. She's a very kind of straightforward and fun girl.
Yeah.
Um,
She's a bit of an airhead.
I wouldn't call her an airhead because like she's very good at taking care of herself.
Oh, definitely. I mean
She
more in
just
terms of like relationships and social understanding. She seems a bit uh almost like the straightforwardness is impulsive instead of thinking things through. But then once it happens,
I
she's
don't think
more reflective.
I don't think that's 100% true. I think she's Kane's a very interesting character in that the way she sees the world is very different from other people. Because other people are
Hmm.
like, oh well, this is how the game should be played, blah 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 blah, and she says fun stuff, and she's a very silly character in a lot of ways. She's got her quirks, but when it comes to like real life and interpersonal skills, quality interpersonal skills, especially with other women, she's very good
Yeah,
with other
she's.
women. She's very
Oh
good.
no,
She's good with cook. She's very good with other women. I don't care what you say. I know you
well,
haven't watched all of it yet.
she did totally get blindsided by a younger girl and gave her way too much of the benefit of a doubt. After she was mad at her all day, totally fell for a trap the next time of
No,
seeing like
no,
this is
you haven't
fine.
watched the. Yes, have you seen the second part of that? Like, no, I don't want to go into it, but the thing is that she, she is a little.
I guess naive would be the right thing.
I
She
don't think.
assumes the
I
best
don't
in
think it was.
everybody.
I don't think it was naive. What happened there was, um, because she assumed that it's like, oh well, she's gonna. I don't see. The thing is, you're talking about something that happens halfway through.
Yeah.
The only
Well,
there's a
episodes
lot of
4 or 5.
reasons why she would do that with that character. The first being that that character is related to another character that she's much better acquainted with,
Hmm.
and like and Yamada knows. So it's like, oh, a girl wants to go hang out with me. That's not completely out of the ordinary. The thing
I
is,
guess
like,
it
oh,
was only weird because she was like, I think she hates me and all this. And then when she called her, her personality seemed so much different than what she'd been encountering that day. Like, obviously, we're able to see both sides of it as the viewer, and the characters can't. But it seemed like a very big flip because even Yamada was like, "Uh huh, is that
No,
so?"
Yamada is um he noticed that there was something wrong
Yeah,
with the story.
but
And
he
that's the
didn't
thing.
tell her anything until he got. He's
Well,
like,
he
"I'm
didn't
working on
know.
Kane."
No,
Well, he
he
even
didn't know.
got.
Did you watch the
Well,
part? Okay, have you? I don't remember what happened. You watched six, right? You watched
yeah, I
halfway
watched the
through.
first six.
Okay.
Um, but when he gets to her house, he's like, you know, don't you have somewhere to be? Like he knew the day she was supposed to be hanging out was when he was tutoring her. So I just mean he never told Akane that, but he goes to her house as if to be like, the right thing to do would be to go hang out with her
No, but
instead of
that's the
giving
thing. He didn't
Akane
know
this
if the
flight of
plans were for
shit.
later, right? That's the thing. She could. It's not like you tutor someone for the entire day. Again, I don't want to go through too much spoileries, but you don't tutor someone for the entire day. It's usually a couple hours at
Yeah, it
most.
just
And it's like
it seemed
maybe
like
they
he
made
knew
plans
Akane would be
afterwards. She just said
maybe.
Saturday.
Hmm.
That's all she said, right? It's gonna be Saturday, and he's like, "Well, I'm tutoring her Saturday. That means, yeah, I I understand where you're coming from, but I feel like it's she thought she was trying to make amends, and then she did something. What she does is not right. It's really bad. That episode's
No,
still
it's
funny.
really messed up because it's like in real life that could be very dangerous.
Yes, what happened is incredibly dangerous, and that episode is while being played off as something kind of funny and hilarious, will be a terrifying experience for anyone.
Yeah, it was definitely still funny because of the way things worked out. And while the show does get deep, it is mainly a comedy at heart. So like things
I
are
mean,
for the most part. I mean, it's a rom-com-ish comedy, so
it is
like
a rom com. It's 100% a
yeah.
rom com, but it is a fun rom com. Who is your
Yeah.
favorite character that is not Yamada or Akane?
Um
Side
I gotta
character.
say Ida. He is
Eta's
yeah, he's
hilarious.
so wholesome but also knows how to get shit done. Like he's just such a great character, especially when he's
Eta
first
is
introduced.
Eta's Yamada's best friend, and
Yes.
he's also super hot.
Yeah. Well,
the
of
the
course
the whole
everyone
joke is that Yamada and Eta are like super hot.
yeah.
My favorite side character is Momo.
She's my favorite female character that like has nothing to do with the quote unquote main group. Like she's Akane's friend, but she's not part of like the gamer circle that the story kind of focuses on.
No, Momo's a very like kind of one note character.
Yeah, but it's cute. She's
Uh,
fun.
Momo wants to like, she wants to be married outside of college and have kids and like have a good life, and she's trying to find her Prince Charming.
Yeah, well, they had like a really quick, depressing throwaway joke. She's like, I know I'm in college, but my mom had me when she was 20. And I was like, 20? And she's like, and she already was married. So now that I'm like 22 and in college, I feel like I'm
He
too
says she's
late for any
20
of this.
here.
Yeah. Oh, does it?
Yeah,
Maybe
it says
she said
she's
she'd be
20.
out of college by 22, and that's when she was stressed. Yeah. She was just
Yeah,
saying like the fact that her mom was already having her, and she's like, I don't even have a boyfriend. I'm sitting here like, girl, I'm 29 and I'm in that
she's trying
boat.
to find her Prince Charming.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't seen the weirdos. Okay, there's definitely a part later that's great, and I had a prediction halfway through the show that was funny, and
Mhm.
it didn't come to true, but it was. I'm not gonna
Well,
say my prediction because it. Okay, I think I had this joke that I'm like. So now that I've seen the whole thing, it's like I can't do predict wild predictions, but I
it's
had
hard because I don't know what's different, but the story is a lot longer with the manga and goes in a different direction. So I'm not sure how different it'll be. I'm kind of interested to
from
find
what you
out.
told me, very different.
Interesting.
The
Is it a
the
satisfying ending?
It was a fun ending for sure.
Hmm.
It was very sweet.
I'm glad to hear that. I still have to finish the manga. I had paused and waited for chapters to bang up for a while, and
Yeah.
I just gotta go back and finish it.
From what you've seen, though, do you think it's at least a enjoyable anime
Oh God, yeah.
that you'd recommend to
It's
people?
for sure. It's very funny. It knows what it wants to be. The characters are relatable, but still funny and over the top enough that it doesn't feel like mundane or boring. And Yamada's a great character because he has what I call gamer autism, which is just a word for socially inept because, you
I'm,
know, what?
no, I'm just super curious. Did you watch Buddy Daddies?
No, but I remember you recommended that, and it's on my list of things.
Okay,
Wasn't that the one with
if
the
you
two
watch
friends
Buddy
that adopt?
Daddies, uh, okay, so I need to preface this. Uh, uh, Utsuyama Koki here, who voices Yamada, also voices Rei in Buddy Daddies and plays basically the same character but at a hired assassin. Who did
Well,
so?
with that assumption, you're saying Yamada isn't a hired assassin. What if he's just really good?
He's really good at killing people in video
Yeah,
games. Like he's
exactly.
supposed to be
He
really
loves
good at them.
FPSs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
FPS is like his main deal.
even though we never see him plan.
I still love the was it the first or the start of the second episode where it's like there's a woman in my bed right now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
when he's
I'm
talking to
late,
the
and
friends
everyone's
group,
like, oh, I want to
yeah,
see.
it cuts to all the guys, and it's like pro gamers when they're shocked, and it's like, oh, pro gamers, quote unquote. One of them's like, oh my god, I wish you were dead. And it's like, friendship.
Friendship. Let's see his photograph. You can trust me. You can trust me. It's like,
Yeah,
no, I'm not doing
but that's what
that.
was so funny. At the end of the episode, you hear, "Can you turn the camera on?" He's like, "No, I'm not gonna do that." And you don't see it until like an episode or two later, where it's referenced the conversation, and it's just a cute
Yeah,
callback.
it's a very cute callback. I love the little after episode jokes.
Yes. Oh
Um, the you haven't seen the Night Butterfly one from Momo yet, have you?
no.
Okay, trust me, the Night Butterfly from Momo is you'll know it when it comes up.
Nice. Yeah, one of my
Uh,
friends was like, "Why do you think they made the art so simple? Like, do you think it was lazy for like the video game parts?" And I was like, "No, I mean in the manga it was like that too. I think it's just supposed to be chibi characters because it's based on Tree of Savior, um, the actual game, which I've played in real life. Like, it is a fun game. Um, so yeah, they're basing it off that similar art style of like kind of chibi, cute stuff. I don't think it was laziness. I think it was just
they
what
don't
they were
really.
going
The
for.
game's not the main focus.
Even the logos are similar.
Yeah, really. Oh yeah, these look a lot like. Yeah, okay, I see it.
Yeah. So I don't think it was a lazy aspect. I think it was more like they were trying to pay an homage to it without just copying it.
The
They're
guy
like,
probably
oh,
just
here, he's yeah.
likes the show.
I also am jealous that they do stuff like that in Japan, though. Like a simple game comes out and they already have. And granted, this probably didn't happen with this game, but they have collaboration cafes. They have these events in person. They do all these cool things. It's harder to find
You,
stuff like that
we have to
in
realize that in Japan, like in Japanese events in particular, a lot of stuff's closer together. Like,
yeah.
here in Canada, it's. I think the problem's exacerbated even more. Like, if you get a collab event here, it could be in BC, it
Mhm.
could be in Ontario,
Yeah.
or it
And
could be in like another province entirely. It's the same about the states. Like the thing is, if there's a collab event in like Tokyo, no matter what part of Japan you're in, you could reasonably get to it
yeah.
by train
And
or whatever if you
that
wanted to
was actually
go.
brought up by me to a friend too, when he's like, "Why haven't you Yamada and Akane given each other contact info yet? How are they supposed to talk if they're only relying on in-game?" And I'm like, "Well, they both live near the same train station, and Japan's small enough that they're really likely to run into each other. Like, it's not the same as where we live in America, where it's like hard to sometimes connect with someone, or you're not super close and not everyone's walking
Hmm.
everywhere. It's just with that culture, it's very different.
I mean,
Um,
it's not improbable. Like it's weird that they don't really have contact information, but do they really?
mhm,
They don't really go and meet each other outside of events with Etta. And if he really needed to get a contact with her, he knows that
yeah,
Etta has her number,
but they
and
also
Luna
know
does
each other
too. At that
live.
point,
Yeah.
sorry, Luna,
Bruna.
Luna. So it's not like he couldn't get in contact with her if he wanted to.
Yeah, it's just less convenient because it's like instead of hitting her up, he'd be like, "All right, well, I'll check with people online, or I'll talk to a friend to get me
I'll
info."
go see if she's online, and here's my number. If you, like, send my number if you need to contact me or whatever.
Yeah,
Uh,
I still love the buttered toast bit. You should make it more rom-commy.
that bit was,
And
I think, trying to do that outside of context. No, it's the that just okay. More or less, there is a scene where her computer's broken down and someone's like, "Oh, they're cute together."
yeah, it was the
I wish this
brother.
romantic comedy would just end. And then Luna's like, how do love comedies
Yeah,
work? And then she's like doing all the
the
she's like,
cliches.
let's butter toast. Are you gonna take a bath? So you can walk
Yeah,
in on someone in the bath, and then like ends up doing something kind of bad.
yeah, but that's what was so funny. When she does the buttered toast, it had the cutaway to like, wait, is buttered toast even romantic comedy? And like question marks. I'm like, no, that's cute but wrong cliche. And she just
And she's trying to like
slurps up the
figure out
buttered
what's
toast.
because she doesn't understand. I honestly thought the whole shtick with Runa was going to be something completely different. She's like, "Oh, I'm
Yeah,
in love with him. I want." I was like, and
yeah,
it
that
wasn't.
was
I
the
was
thing
like,
everyone was worried about
"Thank
when she got
God."
introduced. Yeah, because they even give you that hint in the beginning where she's like dressed up for him during the tutoring, and it's like, oh no, she's hitting on him. It's like, no, she sees him more as a hot brother.
Yeah,
It's less
she's
of
like
a
another brother.
romantic. Yeah,
The thing
exactly.
is that it's not like people. It's fun that they took a trope and made you think it was going to be a trope, and then was like, "No, she's totally in
Yeah,
on them dating."
exactly. She not only is she in on it, she's like, I'll help. This
Yeah,
is fun for my two friends. I also appreciate that they did the red herring with her reveal. I thought it was obvious, but some of the people I was watching with, as soon as she passed her, they're like, "That's definitely who it is. She's got the same design." I was like, "Maybe it's a red herring. We'll see." And they're like, "She's on the cover. It's totally her." I'm like, all right. I guess we'll see."
yeah.
Like,
We're
like,
not going into that. The red
yeah,
herring was good.
yeah,
And the reason why it looks like that character is also good.
yeah. Oh,
Siscom. Anyway,
they keep making fun of him after. Poor man.
that's just great.
Yes, very wholesome.
Tasuko is funny. Tasuko is
Before we get
funny
away, I
too.
gotta say, Strawberry Man.
Yeah,
Was it
Tasuko.
Komoda?
Oh,
Oh, was it?
Kamotsu-san? Yeah. Oh, he's
Yeah,
hilarious. Wait
he's
till
the
you get near
best.
the end, my man. Wait till you get near
Oh,
the end. That is when it's like you totally realize how out of depth these characters are with this guy. He's just this random old dude in their guild. And you're just like he's a strawberry farmer.
yeah, he's so wholesome.
Yeah, he's
He's
so
like the
sweet.
group dad.
He's he's like super hardcore in, but he's in the game.
Yeah.
I love when they show off his character. It's so fun. So
Oh,
funny.
but it's great too because he's also got like that super wholesome, gentle persona in real life or outside the game, I should say. I realize it's an anime and not real life, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
The
in
non-game
real
version.
there's real life there's the real life and end game. That's fine. That's a fine way to
Yeah,
do it.
yeah, in his persona with that, I still love the driving scene. The Yakuza got her. Yeah. Oh,
That's so funny.
he's a good character.
He's a great
Well
character,
written.
uh, and well acted too. You got the
Yeah,
perfect voice actor for it. I'm
he
assuming
was
you guys
really
are
good.
watching it in Japanese. I don't think there's an
Yeah,
English dub
I,
yet, is there?
I was gonna say I don't even know if it has a dub yet. Yeah, we're watching it in Japanese.
Hold on, sorry. Be able to check easy. No, no English dub yet. If there,
Yeah,
I don't know if there will be one. To be honest, it seems kind of the niche ones rarely get. It also would
yeah,
ruin some of the jokes. Like what was
maybe. I mean,
there was a show I was watching and it was like it's like it has an English dub. It's K-On! And K-On's got an English dub and I'm like, how would that work? How do you do the some of the jokes when they're talking in
the dub
English?
was surprisingly really good for K-On! Though.
Yeah, but how do you do the joke where they're like we're on the plane and they're talking about only English as you cat.
I'm not sure, mostly because
How are
since I
you?
hadn't seen it in Japanese, I don't know what
There's a bunch
I'm
of jokes where they're
missing.
talking. They're like, I don't need English. I don't need it at all. We're gonna do it without English. Yeah, it's like, how does this work? It's like,
Yeah, it's kind of like an English text base with games sometimes. They're like, "Oh, they're speaking English." And it's like, all of you are speaking English."
I'm
No,
gonna be,
technically they're not.
I'm gonna be
I'm just
100%
ignoring
honest with
English.
you. The funniest
Hmm.
use of that is you have to play Metal Gear Solid 5 in Japanese. There's this
That
joke
sounds
where you're trying to
familiar.
find a guy who can speak English, I think Afrikaans or something, and you need to find, and there's
Hmm.
like a cutscene for it. If you play it in Japanese, there's like Big Boss and Ocelot is there, and they're like watching this dude, and it's like his English is perfect, but they're both speaking in Japanese, and the dude's actually speaking in English. I'm like, this is so funny, absolutely
I love when
hilarious.
you can do jokes like that. Jokes that
It's
cross all barriers.
yeah, it's just so funny because that's the way a lot of them do it in. Dragon Maid had a really good gag on that. Did you watch season 2 of Dragon Maid?
I don't think I watched season 2 yet. I think I only watched season 1 and was reading
Kana
it.
like runs off to New York at one point, and she's trying to like get a hot dog, and this guy starts speaking English to her, and she doesn't understand, and then she like goes all like does this like weird thing, and then everyone starts speaking Japanese, like she just
See,
understands.
that's cute, but it is hard to say that the dragons would only know Japanese when they didn't come from like feudal Japan. They came from their
Well, I
own
mean,
thing.
like with my power makes me OP. They definitely are supposed to be speaking Japanese because no one
Yeah.
can speak with Japanese despite speaking Japanese, and everyone's got like English sounding names like
Yeah.
Eve and
Ew.
Emily.
Emory.
Emily.
Desu. Does she constantly say Desu?
Oh no, another phone call.
Oh no.
Is gonna cut me off again or not?
Let's.
Hoping. He's hoping. Nope, it cut us. Why? What if we're back internet? Oh my god. Let's just see. I don't know if it's back yet. No,
There
it's
you
still
go.
broken.
Now it
Oh, there
is.
we go. There we are. I
Yeah, I was
really
just joking. I was like, no, you're gonna have to unplug the phone during the podcast.
had to dumb.
It didn't actually
The thing
cut.
is I
Still
what?
going.
Oh, good. I have a lot of drop frames though, so there's probably gonna be a bunch of crap in the middle, which absolutely sucks. Uh, Emily doesn't talk. She talks super formal. I think would be the
Gotcha.
way to describe it. So
Because it was a running gag in the manga where she just for some reason kept adding the des or desu to everything. It was
in
almost like her
English they did
catchphrase.
that?
I believe so. Um, where they kept translating like that she added the honorifics to things and then followed it up with the des or desu to everyone, but especially Yoda. And Yoda being his
Like
nickname.
Compa?
What?
Like Compa?
Kinda.
Compa talks like a Valley girl. Emily does not. Like Japanese equivalent of a Valley girl.
Yeah, she didn't talk like that. At
No,
least
Emily to me is more now you make me listen to it without
I see you pointing, but I cannot see. What is it?
I'm trying to check something quick.
Gotcha.
You asked the question. No, she seems to be just talking normal.
Hmm.
Just polite.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just a running gag they decided to go with,
I don't
and
know. Like she just talks um like she's asking who Eve was, and she says it polite. It's like uh I think she's just a polite character, and they're trying to emphasize that in the
mhm.
thing, I guess.
Which is possible. They could have just made it a throwaway gag based on her personality instead of because it's hard to convey someone's being polite in English through text without saying they're being polite. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like
Japanese is
it's just
actually the more I learn of Japanese, the more I realize how easy it is to even in written is
yeah
to
to
see how
like
people are
convey
going.
emotions.
What's this? Oh, sorry, check. Yeah, not really convey emotions, but to show subtle things like that.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because tone you can kind of show in English, but
Yeah. But you have to like set it up instead of just
yeah,
having the tone. You have to like build up to
well, you
explaining
still
it.
have to. There's still technique involved in writing the tone in Japanese. It's just
Oh
um,
yeah.
I more or less feel like it's the tone here. Her tone is more. She's just very polite, and she kind of wants
Yeah,
to seems she wants to be a housewife.
for sure. Have there been many bonk hammer gags yet?
Hit him with a hammer? No. The first
No,
episode,
no.
he like picks out. She goes. He's looking for a weapon,
Mhm.
and she like it's like, oh, you want to use my hammer, and he can't lift it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's got like A rank strength, but like F luck. Like she's got the clumsy dopiness, but insane himbo strength kind of thing.
Yeah, it's such a weird. Uh, I like bits of the show, but the whole
Hmm.
premise is like weird. It's like, well, people can't afford stuff because they have to get drops in dungeons. I'm like, how does society work if you have to kill monsters to get food?
Well, I mean, it seems like it's the stereotypical kind of
Like, it's supposed
adventure
to be a
thing.
video game. It's definitely
Yeah.
supposed to be a video game. It's fun.
Yeah. I mean, you can get normal jobs and stuff. It's just the easy, high-paying ones are like farm monsters to get fruit and vegetables and stuff. Depending on what floor
Yeah,
you're
but can
on,
you
they
not
give different
grow?
jobs.
Does it not have farm
You
agriculture?
can. It's just a lot faster, especially if you're good at adventuring and not farming, to just farm the drops off of someone, especially because you can get them instantaneously. Like instead of waiting for crops to grow, you can be like, all right, I'm gonna go grind for an hour in here and get, 3 months worth of corn or something. Like,
Yeah, but this it wouldn't keep, which is what's weird.
yeah, but
It's
that's why
definitely
you
working
sell
on
it.
video game logic.
Yeah, you can
There's a
sell
lot
it
of video game
immediately to the
logic in this
shops.
show, so
Yeah.
I I don't know. Suspend disbelief enough. It's fine. I don't think it's gonna be top tier show of the season.
Yeah. How many episodes are out so far?
Two. Why does it say
Okay,
one?
so you
Watch
haven't
both.
seen the.
The
I'm glad I didn't
the
spoil
second
anything.
episode starts with the big monkey dude attacking.
The Village?
Yes.
Jesus, that was like 10 chapters in before, but that's
The
fine.
thing is that
Uh,
the thing is with the anime, you can pace stuff a lot faster. You don't have to. You can explain stuff a lot quicker because you can just show it in a couple
yeah,
seconds. Whereas in text, you might have to use like 3 or 4 pages.
yeah, and I get that. It's just more that I'm not sure how much they're going to be explaining. Like, what weapon does he use right now?
He broke his spear and was punching things
Okay,
at the end of the
so
episode, and then the monkey thing died, and it shows he's going up to see what it dropped because it dropped something, even though people said that it doesn't drop things,
yeah,
and so
so
and
the
then it ends
entire
on him like looking. They're looking at whatever dropped,
yeah,
and you don't
the
see what was
entire
dropped. They did that
crux
with the
of the
first episode
show.
too, where Eve shows up at the house and's like, "I
Mhm.
hate low levels, but I love you."
Because she liked the quality of the carrots or
Yeah,
something.
but it doesn't
Because
explain that until episode 2. It's in the cliffhanger
yeah,
thing.
all
I
right,
figured it
so
was the carrots. There's no way.
yeah, based on her character, yeah. How did you know? But the
They
entire show
explain it.
is based on what he gets from that and what he figured out from that encounter. Because he's the only one in the world so far who's able to make those things drop stuff outside of dungeons. Because normally they disappear, and so do the drops. So the show does get a lot more interesting because it starts changing. Like it established the rules, and now he's going to be able to change and or bend them based on what he knows, and it starts changing the world around them, kind of thing. It definitely gets interesting with the premise.
I'm not saying it's bad. I just
Oh
don't
no,
think it's gonna be top tier.
yeah. No matter how much I like it, I don't see it as like a top 10 animes of the year or even like
No,
best of the month kind of thing.
it's gonna be well. It's also gonna compete with the uh this season. What is it? The reincarnated as a vending machine or whatever, which everyone's going on about.
Do you know what's so funny about that? Do you know why he gets reincarnated as a vending machine?
No,
He gets killed by one. I'm pretty sure it falls and lands on him. And it's like your reward for getting crushed by a vending machine is to be a vending machine. It's just such a
Jito
weird, unusual
Anbai.
fate. You know how many people would be trucks based on truck coon if you became what killed you?
I'm just reminded of those stupid Transformer girls.
Yeah, the girl that drinks at the
If you've
gas
seen it,
station,
you've
like,
seen it. If you haven't seen it, you've no idea what I'm talking about. Don't look it up.
oh, I think my favorite one is when she's like, "You want me to undress, but it's so lewd," and then she turns into like an entire robot. Like, it's
What
so
is going
funny.
on? Yeah. So far, best of the season. It might be the Masterful Cat still, from what I'm watching.
I will say real quick, since we are just talking about Truckun, I was looking earlier on good animemes, and someone was like, I can't decide which isekai character died the dumbest death, and they had like 9 different things. Um, for me, Konosuba's probably up there as one of the funniest, but I forgot that
I hate
Eminence of
Konosuba.
Shadow or whatever it is, the character is like huge dork uh, who's trying to get magic, trips and slams his head on a rock, and while concussing himself, decides, I'm gonna fight this truck, that's how it'll work. And then he runs in front of a truck and dies. And it's like, well, that is pretty dumb. But Kazuma, I think it's amazing that he thought he was gonna protect a girl, pushed her out of the way of what he thought was a truck, It was a very, very slow tractor. He freaked out in front of it, basically had a heart attack, died of shock, and then pissed himself.
That was so. That's why I Konosuba killed isekais for me, basically.
Really?
Yeah, I
I
really
mean, they
don't
tried
like
to make
the
it as dumb as possible because it was supposed to be parodying isekais at first, and then it kind of became one anyway.
the first one is like, eh. It's
The
just
first
like
what?
we're gonna the first episode. I literally dropped it
Hmm.
halfway through the first episode because it's like this character's so
Oh,
pathetic. He's so awful. He's so this, and I'm like, I'm just done. I can't. I can't handle this.
yeah.
This is like
They made they had him be the punching bag in the first episode, and then going forward, he's the only competent character, which is why it's so funny. It basically is like, if you thought this was bad, oh no,
so.
everyone is
Is
so
it
much
this week
worse.
news finally airing?
I don't know. I'd heard that it might be,
No, it's
but
they're gonna just put the last four up. I think it's this week or it's next week. It might be in
that's what I mean.
August.
It might be the coming week, but I've also heard it's coming later. But I don't know which one is rumor or what they're based on factually.
They announced it. There was a tweet about it because I think there's only four episodes left,
Hmm.
and which means I'm going to watch the whole. Well, I don't want to watch the whole thing again, but it's just silly that it's taken this long. It started airing in January.
Yeah. It hasn't been 2 or 3 months that it's been on hold.
Uh,
Or has it been longer
so
than that? And I've already
what
forgotten.
happened was originally I think I got to like episode four. They were gonna air episode four, and they're like, there's been a delay in the schedule. We're gonna the next 3 weeks. We're
Yeah, it
gonna
was like
redo the
COVID
next
related.
three. Then we do four, five, six, and they got to I think eight. I didn't update the list, so I might have watched eight. I'd have to
Mm.
check. But they get to episode eight, and then like eight's gonna be the last one, or seven or eight. And it's like this is the last one's gonna air, and then we're going on hiatus, and we're gonna figure this out. So it's like three. No, it should have finished in. It
Like
should have finished in like
March or
March.
April?
Yeah, it should have finished
Yeah.
in March, and it's not gonna finish till August. So like half a year, give or
Yeah, and
take.
it's a shame because it it's not like it's an original story. I mean, there's original
And they were
stuff to it,
using
but
there's original things in it. It's kind of combining near the two nears together
yeah, the only
in
downside
bits.
is it's going to lose a lot of its viewership and popularity because of what happened.
I mean, a bunch of
Like,
people probably gotta pick it up after it's out. It's been done. I don't
yeah,
know if just like Ryza, the Ryza anime's been good, but it's just a retelling of the game so far.
although there's a lot of people who want to play the games but can't because they're
It's
locked
not on
away.
Xbox.
Or locked away. Maybe I want Thysa. Maybe I have one of them
No,
on my
all you
Switch,
get is
but the
Dead or
game is too
Alive
slow.
DLC of Ryza outfits and playing her in Fatal Frame.
Yeah, ironically,
That's
he
all you're
is.
allowed. You can't have anymore. You can't handle anymore.
You could dress up as her, but you can't be her. You'll never be her. Meanwhile, they're like, "Oh, Taylor Ryza, 17." Like,
No,
there's
the third one's gonna
more.
be the last one.
Yeah, it's just that's the most they've had of one series in that series.
Of one character. Usually the what happens is, from what I've been told, is that the first game is one character. They become like a master alchemist, then they take on an apprentice, and they're in a supporting role in the next game, and so on and so forth. It's very rare
Hmm.
that they this is the first time they've done like a trilogy of the same character.
Yeah, the
It's
most I've seen
kind of
before was a sequel, which was also slightly rare at the time.
oh, so Sophia two.
Sophia had one.
They did a direct sequel recently to a other trilogy. I'm not.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't hate the way they do it. It's just Rises was interesting. Um, You probably could have left it with the second game, but they're gonna do a third because they always do it in trilogies. And I have heard mixed things about the third game and its PC version, which is why I've kind of been sitting and waiting and seeing
Hmm.
and hoping that maybe they'd smarten up, but it hasn't
Yeah,
happened yet.
one day. One day.
One day, indeed. And um, any other anime or manga stuff you want to talk about?
Uh,
Sorry, I just clicked
not
off.
too much at the moment. I've been just catching up on my ongoing series for manga. With anime, I'm not trying to start too much more this week. I might have more next week, but I definitely want to finish up Yamada before I jump into something else.
Yeah, I think there's 7 more episodes of Yamada for you because it's a
Oh,
13er.
there's
It's
a
13.
13er instead of a
It's a 13
12er.
instead of a 12. Yeah, I'm like 80% sure on that. It's good though. The ending's good. It's a good ending. It's a good way to end it.
I'm just sad that it
They're
has an
not
ending
sequel
so
baiting,
quick.
which is good.
Yeah, not that I would want sequel bait, but if they left it even slightly open-ended so that they could be like, oh, season two, we're gonna continue more. Only because, like, I'm
Spoilers, they
curious
get
how they're
together.
gonna. No. Yeah, I mean, that already happened in the manga and it's not over yet. Like,
Well,
I'm
it's
I'm
supposed
pretty
to
sure.
be her ongoing love story with him, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. They could always make almost like the My Tiny Senpai, and then it becomes like the My Tiny Girlfriend,
My tiny senpai
and
is
then My Tiny Wife.
my tiny senpai is fine. I don't. It's not gonna get a sequel. It doesn't need a sequel. It's just it's like a fun anime. You watch it. It's one of those series you like watch once and you're good. The one show that was like definitely one and done, and I kind of wish there was like they either did a like an OVA for or something was more than a married couple but not lovers
That's a
because
good
it
one.
leaves on a cliff. It ends on a cliffhanger where it's like yes, you pick your favorite of the two girls. There's two girls who are trying to get with this dude. One's the Garu, one's like the childhood friend, and it's funny, but the ending's really like it literally ends with him being like, okay, then I'll pick, and
Yeah,
then it's like, yeah, he could pick either one, and I think it'd be fun to have like an OVA or like a two OVAs where one's like he picks to go out with one and he picks to go out with the
yeah.
other.
It's like the what if story of both.
The what if of yeah, that would be fun, but I don't think it's gonna happen. They haven't
Yeah.
announced anything. Like the goddesses of the Cafe Terrace got a second season, which I'm bloody surprised about. I was
It's
like,
still sad. There's certain stuff that needed better endings, like Hagane and even High School of the Dead. Like all these animes that had potential for the next season, and then no one did
I
anything.
know, I know,
Like,
K-On! Like ended on whatever. Like it was a really good note, but I know there were plans to before the tragedy at Kyoto
mhm.
for the college years to come back.
Yeah,
But I think the director died in that fire.
yeah. It was like a very
Someone important
unfortunate,
died in the
tragic
fire, and it just
thing.
didn't. It's not happening, which sucks
Yeah,
because that would have been probably cool. The thing is that sometimes you finish telling the story and you're just done and it's good. And there's a lot of ones where it's fine. Galaxy Next Door was started really good and then went. Akiba Maid Wars was top tier quality. I recommend watching that.
it had your favorite character type in that too.
All
The
sorts of
stoic, deadpanned, purple hair girl.
voiced by. Oh my god. Oh, I love her. I absolutely love her. Ranko is hilarious.
Yeah,
Uh, honestly, it's Yakuza with maids instead of Yakuza toughs. That's what Akiba Maid Wars is. That's literally
yeah.
what it is. Just
It's Kiryu if he was a cute maid girl in his story.
yeah. Like some shows could have more, but they didn't. Uh, just looking through here, like they could. Okay, you still haven't watched all of Bochi, have you?
Uh, no, I think I'm missing a few episodes near the end. I think I had only watched like 8 of them.
Yeah, I need you to finish that because we need to have the discussion because I keep getting people talking to me about it being better than K-On! And I'm like, they're
I'll have to
very different
rewatch
shows.
K-On! At some point too, because it's been over a decade since I watched K-On!
K-On!'s so good.
It is.
It really is good.
I mean, Mugi and her eyebrows, her delicious eyebrows. Crunch.
The weird specials.
Hmm.
Uh, I'm so weird. Uh, I feel like there's a bunch of shows where you get, like, yeah, my Dress Up Darling's getting another. I usually, whenever it's got announced for a second season, I'm gonna watch it. Yeah, High School Girls on here. I'll watch that at some point. I have a bunch of stuff like locked, unloaded, ready to go, but I just haven't sat down
Yeah. That's
and
the one
started.
frustrating thing about anime. I love it, but like anything, if it's a show or a movie, it has a certain time it takes to consume it. Like with a book or a game, you can speed or slow down depending on your preference. But with a show, you have to play it by its speed. So it can take a bit of time when you're trying to bust through a bunch of episodes.
Yeah, there's been a bunch. I haven't been able to find these. This is the problem with legit and illegal, just anime distribution in general, is when there's something that's
Yeah,
like done on. It's like, oh, it's only released on a DVD or something. Trying to
exactly.
find it gets to be a pain in the ass.
For
Yeah.
sure.
So I haven't been able to find the Bakugan OVAs, which I want to find. They're probably not great, but I just want to watch them. This Bakugan's
Yeah, I mean,
hilarious. Have you ever
as
watched?
long as you're having fun with it.
Have you ever watched Bakugan? That's the one with the bike girls, not Bakugan, which everyone always mistakes it for when I say it.
I'm pretty sure, is that the one I had recommended to Revik? Let me see.
Bakugan's the one where they're like they're the bike club, and there's Rhyme Senpai
Yes,
with the bow, and she never takes off
Bakuon.
her Samson helmet ever.
Yeah, it's the high school girls
Yeah,
motorcycle one.
yeah.
Yeah, I've
It's
seen some of that. I
it's
had
not
recommended to him because he loves bikes.
it's not like a great show, but it's hilarious the whole way through.
Yeah, it's fun.
Hmm.
It's the equivalent of what some people enjoy with reality TV, which is just, goofiness that you can enjoy. It doesn't have to be, well written or interesting sometimes.
I wouldn't say it's not well written. It's just
Oh no, I
it's
mean
not the
this
best
example. I just
written.
mean,
The jokes are
yeah,
really good though. My favorite one being when I can't remember her name at the moment. There's the one girl who's talking about how she's like misquoting things,
Mhm.
and she has like, and she's standing there talking about bikes, and there's a picture of JFK behind her, and she's talking about how JFK said this, and then there's the whole thing about God coming down on a motorcycle, but no one could perceive what a motorcycle was. So it's like uh, Da Vinci painted over it with a bunch of animals. Because they had no idea what it was. So it's like on all his animals, and he's like, "This is what's really underneath it." And he's on a Harley. I'm like, "This is fun as fuck."
Great.
Yeah, I'm surprised Licorice Recoil's getting a second season. Honestly,
Hmm.
did you watch or read any of that?
What was it one more time?
Licorice Recoil. Licorice.
I've seen a lot of clips, and I know people love uh the two main girls and ship them together.
Takina and Chisato. Oh, they're
Shiatsu or
Chisato and
Shisato?
Takina.
Okay.
I only have Takina right now. Where is she with her light machine gun? Oh, there she is. She's over here.
My God.
Get yourself a girl who can do both.
Yeah. He's so cute.
It's cute.
Everyone really likes the other one though, the blonde one.
Chisato? Chisato's really silly.
Yeah, she's the goofball.
She is a goofball, but like it's so hard. The episode where they're going to get Takina clothes, like street clothes, is
Hmm.
absolutely hilarious. And the thing is, like, you probably saw all like the cutesy whatever clips of it, or just the ones where it's like Takina's just like shooting people.
Well, that's the thing. Is it? I don't remember the plot,
It's a
but isn't
spy
it like
show,
assassins
basically.
or spies? Yeah, and they
They're
work like at a
they're
cafe.
kind of like I'd say assassins is probably is also okay. The Lickers are they're all like orphan kids, and they've been
Hmm.
trained to be killers.
Seems legit.
So they go about and they go around and like stop crimes by killing people, whatever. In the
So they are good
most,
guys, though, quote
they are the
unquote.
good guys, more or less.
Interesting.
There's also I can't remember what they're called, Lilydale or something. That the boy equivalent exist
Hmm.
also in it. I don't remember exactly. They only
Interesting.
show up in like one episode of the show. It's a fun show, but man, does it get dark.
Yeah, I can see that.
Uh,
There's a lot of really good shows
you
that
you
just.
need to actually know what the see. There's a certain piece of information that's missing here
Hmm.
that if I explain will ruin the whole thing. Yeah, but I like
Then I'll
people
have to
love
find out on
Chisato
my
just
own.
because she's so silly and does silly things all the time.
Yeah, plus, of course, all the lesbian bait and the Yuri porn.
I mean, she does like she's really attached to Takina,
Yeah.
so I'm not gonna try and downplay that.
And of course, even if she wasn't, the internet would have done that. But the fact that she is attached, the internet was like, yo! Because, that's literally
The
the
thing is
internet.
that I don't really care.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care about like like we're gonna ship these characters, gonna make them lesbians or whatever, or even if a show's like these characters are lesbians or these characters are this. I just want to enjoy a good story, and
Yeah.
if I can get invested
100%.
in the characters and it's a good
Exactly.
story, I'm like, man. I've had this problem with a bunch of shows where it's like I'm not invested in the characters, and when you're a slice of life or any type of slice of life show, if your
Yeah.
characters are not carrying the show, you are messed
You
up.
failed.
You
Yeah.
yeah, straight up, just
Because that's what Slice of Life is. It's focusing specifically on the characters and making what they're going through, the entire plot, an interesting thing. It's not set pieces, it's the characters.
yep. That's that's what I. That's why it's like oh, I don't like these characters that much. It's when there's something else going on, you can kind of give the a pass more or less to
Yeah.
you give a pass to some of the stuff, but when they want to mess around, no. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
If I go watch a show, it's got like a stupid title, it's whatever. But then again, it's like what is? I very rarely drop a show. Like it is incredibly rare for me to drop a show. If I do drop one, it will be like in the first episode.
Mhm.
It's very clear. We did. I'm going to cancel this, but whatever. I'm trying to think of my low one. Like Build Divide was just weird. Do you know anything about Build Divide? Someone recommended it to me on a whim, and I'm like, I like card games. Card games are cool.
I haven't seen anything about that one yet, I don't think.
And honestly, it was pretty middling.
Oh, that's disappointing.
It had a cool premise, and then the second season is just like, we're gonna have Yuri girls instead. And I'm like, but why though? But why
We just learned this
though?
cool word called fan service.
But why
Yeah.
though? But why though?
But why not though?
Yeah, Cyberpunk.
Who wants a good story when you could have your vacation?
Yuri's fine. Like Yuri is my job was actually very entertaining, except
Mhm.
for the last episode, which didn't need to happen. It was basically fan service. It's like, oh, we're gonna put the cyber outfits on these characters. And it's like, oh, she's well endowed, so it just like pokes her boobs up, and everyone's like staring at her boobs.
What's the plot of this episode? Today is beach episode. Oh, okay.
That was basically the last episode of Yuri's My Job. You went from like basically no fan service the whole way through, outside of like Yuri esque things, to this whole episode's about her boobs. And I was like, why though? But why though?
Meanwhile, the answer is like, because look at those boobs. How could you
Yes,
not?
if I wanted to watch a show about boobs, I'd literally watch a show about boobs.
Well, that's the other thing. When people are like, why don't you like etchy, fan service? And people are like, because if I wanted that, I could watch hentai. But I want plot. I want story.
I'm not against fan service if they want to put fan service in, but
Yeah,
fan
as long
service
as it
can,
doesn't become the only thing that the episode's about
yeah,
or the
then you just
series in
become my
general.
life as Inukai's son's dog. That's all you become. You just become escalating reasons for you to get these characters to be topless or do
Yep.
weird things.
And it's not fun when that's the plot. Like if something like that happens during the plot, it can be funny or distracting for different reasons, but it shouldn't
Oh man,
be
that's
the
Sakura
plot.
trick actually. The Yuri for the sake of Yuri. This is such a
Yeah.
good show. We gotta sneak away and kiss each other, okay?
Well, that's a pretty legit reason if I've ever heard one. I guess you're right.
Yeah, the girl's just like, we'll go and kiss, and I'm like, all right, I don't see it. Because some people will be like, yeah, whatever, you just don't like stuff. Yeah, there's stuff I don't like. That's for sure.
You just don't like having fun. Ew.
I like having fun, but I don't think that
No,
everything needs to
illegal.
be sexual fan service. You can do other kinds of fan service.
100%. And that's why I get frustrated when people say they hate fan service. It's like fan service does not
No,
have to
you.
mean
That's what I mean. People are like, I don't like fan service. Nah, I think a fan service discussion is in order. Okay,
yeah,
if we're talking about fan service in like the traditional sense of fan services, a lot of people think it's like pantsuit, it's bathing suit episodes, it's the
yeah,
tomboy girl dressed up in a dress.
yeah. That's not fan service is service to the fans. And that can be for a lot of different reasons.
The cow level could be considered fan service in
Yeah.
Diablo. Like it's an ongoing
Making
joke.
references or memes to similar series or even other series the author does is fan service.
Taking something that fans say and putting it in the game. Uh,
Yep.
perfect
Being meta in
example.
general.
Perfect example of this is some of the lines in Overwatch are were dictated by fans.
Which
Not like
lines?
dictated, but like okay, Dad.
Oh,
Why
yeah.
everyone calls Soldier 76 Dad because it's like okay,
My
Dad,
dad.
and there's a bunch of like silly ones like that.
Hmm.
Um, there are, in my opinion, there's always a good and bad fan service.
Oh, for
Like
sure.
that'd be like if you're playing, like when you play like Evil Within 2, and you start going around and you find like, oh, there's the cup from the Talos space station. Oh, Talos. Oh,
Mhm.
here's the rocket launcher from Doom. You know, you find like things. That's fan service too.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't fan service doesn't necessarily mean like sexual.
Yeah, Easter eggs in games, TV shows, movies, that's fan service. Whenever you see a Marvel movie and it makes a cheesy thing that makes the audience go, "Oh," like that's fan service. That is something specifically there to please the fans.
Yep, that's what it is. It's a pleaser.
And it's usually in good fun, which is why it's great.
Yeah. Like the Craig album and Halo Infinite that you can find.
Do you remember the yeah, I think what was that one on the entire top of that thing with like
You
the
go to you
guitar?
find like yeah, there's like the whole thing and there's like a poster and it's like
Yeah,
Craig
it's
on
like the
tour. It's
band
just the
setup.
it's the picture that everyone used of him.
Yeah, and you can flip it over and it shows the songs he's playing on tour and where he's touring.
Yeah, it's
Great.
funny. Zeta Halo. I absolutely love stuff like that. It's funny.
Yeah.
Uh, I had an interesting thought the other day, and it'd be fun to talk about. I love when people talk
Sure.
about isekais in particular, and they're like, isekais are very Japanese.
Eh,
No, they aren't.
we've had isekais in every culture's fiction for a long time. I mean, shit, the line "The Witch in the Wardrobe" is super isekai.
The Odyssey.
The odd, oh my, well, yeah, you go way back.
I'm
Yeah,
going way back. There's also the show The Odyssey, but there's
yeah.
also oh, what was that other one? I just
Stargate.
Stargate is a little bit different than a regular isekai, but it is isekai esque.
Mhm.
It definitely uses the premise of there's another world. Isekai
Yeah,
just means another world, if I'm not mistaken. Hold
yeah.
on, I will grab the official definition for us. I just
You
need to.
gotta be official.
There's our boy. He's there.
There's our man.
Isekai, another world in fiction, a parallel universe, different dimension. That's
Yeah.
literally what it means.
It's literally any world that's not technically our own. Like the multiverse is considered isekais.
Yeah,
Just even in reality, if the multiverse theory is right, isekai would just be any of the worlds.
yeah. It's another world. Yes. Dino
It's
Kuni
actually
is
very
also an
common everywhere.
isekai.
Yeah, I mean, there's even like a lot of really basic ones. Spirited Away is an isekai.
Yeah. Spirited Away is in a lot of ways more like is definitely an isekai, but I feel like people have like the isekai genre
Mhm.
has kind of become like, oh, I got reincarnated in this other world and this happened,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
and that's the thing. It's always reincarnated or I died and blah blah. You can get to another world without dying. It just seems to apparently be the easy way.
yeah. I believe even like the trapped in a video game could count as an isekai because it is a parallel world,
Yeah,
even though it's not
yeah.
real.
Overlord's a good example of that.
Yeah, Overlord, Sword Art, even though I don't like Sword Art that much.
Yeah, I mean, ReZero is a great example of, but he didn't die. The plot is that the character walked outside, blinked, and opened his eyes, and he was literally in another world. He just poofed there.
No idea what
Granted, he
happened.
dies a lot in that anime, but he gets better. And none of them had to do with him getting to the other world. He didn't die until he got there.
Yeah, I feel like I get so annoyed when people are like, oh, well, we can't have this. I'm like, just whatever. It's isekai. Blue Reflection's an isekai.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons it's funny when I've heard people say things like, I don't like isekais. The whole dying and, just reincarnating somewhere else. It's like,
Well,
that's, you don't have to like that part. You
honestly,
can enjoy
that was
other
in
isekai.
that was in my unique skill at level 1 makes me where Emily's like holding him and being like, you'll be repaid. It I feel like the reincarnation isekai is its own genre.
Yeah. Like
Because
it feels
like
like a
if you think about like
subgenre of isekai.
if you think like the Odyssey, like the old TV show, the kid's in a coma, right?
Yeah.
and he's he's stuck in a coma, and he's like living out this like fantasy, and there's like the real world's happening at the same time, and
I
there's like
mean, even Chalk
sliders.
Zone.
Yeah,
Like I'm just trying to think of kid shows that would have done it. Chalk Zone did it. Kurt's Cowardly Dog did it a few times.
yeah.
Um, Even Kids Next Door did a few of those.
I love Codename Kids Next Door is hilarious.
Such a good show. The end, like that movie they did, actually made me tear up too when I was a
I
kid.
don't think I've
Like
ever actually watched the movie. Probably need to watch
it was
it.
really good. I mean,
I was
obviously I'd have to
the
rewatch it
thing
because I
is,
don't remember
I
much.
watched it when I was like, because when did that come out again? Like 2000.
I think it was 2001 or two.
Yeah, like
Might have been
I'm
2004.
like older at that point. I'm like
Yeah.
an adult.
Yeah,
And
I
like,
was
I would
9
have
or
watched it
10
with my
by then.
brother or whatever when I'm like hanging out with him. When I'm younger,
Yeah.
but it's like Fillmore was
Yeah.
funny too of that kind of era.
Recess was good.
Oh, Recess is so fun. It's so
I remember
funny.
seeing the movie in theaters. Oh, that takes me back.
Recess was a
There's
fun
so many
show.
good shows back then. Even
Spinelli.
Rugrats was great.
I never liked
Spinelli.
Rugrats to be honest, but again, I was like a lot older when it's
That's
on, and I'm
true.
like,
Yeah,
eh.
I can definitely understand that. I was a '94 kid, so
My
I was
favorite
right
thing
during the cusp.
about Codenamed Kids Next Door is that the voice actress for I believe it's number five
Mhm.
goes on to voice Foxy Shesha Love in Drawn Together.
That must be why she sounds so familiar in that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
her. I was like, wait a second. And then you look it up and you're like, holy
Meanwhile,
crap.
both characters both times are like the uh the sexy black chick of the group instead of like
I'm not
like
trying
that's
to,
somehow
yeah.
what?
We're not trying to be like, it can't be that. It's the sex idol black girl, black chick, I guess
Yeah,
is
no,
the
I
way
just
I would
mean
describe
like
it.
for some reason, I mean the character changed, especially in Kids Next Door, but they started as like the token black character who's like the cool, mellow, chill person of the group, who's also like
That's kind of one of those character traits that they always end up giving to the when there's like one ethnic character.
exactly,
It's
and that's why I'm just
This is just North
saying it's
American
so weird that she
craziness
got it twice.
in general
Oh yeah,
with stereotypes. I was
yeah.
watching this thing on my mom was watching this thing one time on black like way black people are portrayed have been portrayed in like film and stuff,
Mhm.
and they're talking about uh I don't want to say it the way it was, but it's like it's the magical one who's like some
Mhm.
sort of and you think about it after you've seen you've seen the guy talk about the trope, and you're like, yeah, I've seen that a lot. But there's the magical, other earthly, uh, maybe older, not necessarily older,
Yeah,
but just
Key and Peele actually did a great sketch about that, where it was like a white guy in the office was having a problem, and one of them was like the black janitor that comes in with the really, good advice and stuff. And then when he's giving him that advice, a different black janitor who's like fixing the printer does, and they were like, "You'll find your own white boy." And it was the entire joke of the sketch was like the Morgan Freeman God character kind of thing, like
yes,
the
yeah. Morgan
otherworldly
Freeman
smart black man.
plays that trope a lot. Yes,
Yeah, and that was just a joke that they were like both trying to be the wise guy to a character, and they're fighting over who gets to be that character. They're using like the uh what's it called? The anthropomorphic like Disney style birds on one guy's side, like the you know what I mean? Like the Disney styled
yeah.
like
The
when the
magic,
princess sings.
the
Yeah, like
magical whatever.
yeah, they're doing that cartoony side, and then the other one's using like space wizardry stuff. Like it was the different kinds of kind, old, wise gentlemen looking out for someone. It was actually a really funny sketch. I
Oh,
appreciate how the Japanese see us though. Sometimes you'll see the American guy is wearing like red, white, and blue striped American flag, like hat,
it
shoes,
depends on
outfit.
it depends on the show really how they want to
Yeah.
do it. but there's definitely a few ways they portray Americans and North Americans in general.
Yeah. But one of them, I forget what it was. It was a movie. Um, and the guy was trying to sell hot dogs to the kids, and he was American, so not only was he in the American flag stuff, but he said fuck like every other word. Oh, fucking kids, hey, these fucking hot dogs, oh, it's so good here, fucking. And I was like, what is happening? What is this trope based on? But it was really funny, mostly because it caught
Americans
me
are
off
kind of
guard.
vulgar, actually. A lot of their humor is very vulgar. It's seen as vulgar.
Definitely.
I'm not
I
trying
don't
to
think
be
it's
like.
quite.
I'm just
No, of
saying
course.
because as someone who's not
Yeah.
American and
No,
gets to
there's
watch a
definitely
lot of
more
them.
vulgar humor about stuff, but I wouldn't say it's as bad as saying fuck like every other word. But it is funny that that's
That's a
like
lot
how do,
of
how do we portray it?
the shock, the American like. I think it's like the shock value of it, but it kind of loses
Mhm.
it if you just do it every other word.
That's what I mean. It,
Hmm.
it starts to you kind of adjust to it, which sounds like a weird thing, but like yeah, to keep you on your toes, you'd have to do it unexpectedly
Yeah,
now and then.
it's one of those. If you do it as like a single sketch, you end up with stuff like the George Carlin sketch about how useful the word is.
Yeah.
If you've never heard that one, it's hilarious because you went nuts on that one.
Yeah. Well, I think, and this is going to sound funny, but humor and horror are very similar in that way, where no matter how scary or funny something is, if you keep repeating it, it loses that. Whether it's the humor it loses or the horror it loses, you get
Hmm.
that repetition and it just becomes more normal and strays away. Like if you
As
keep
soon
hearing
as
the same
you, as
joke too
soon
many
as
times,
yeah, if you heard the same joke too many times,
or a jump scare happens every 5 seconds, you're like, okay,
yeah,
I get it.
that's why there's a bunch of games and
Yeah,
movies that just are like, oh, you got me once. Now I'm ready for that kind of thing.
exactly. Which
I
is
feel
why,
like I was actually thinking about Scream the other day, like the original two,
like,
the first two,
Sadie and yeah, okay.
and like there's that scene in Scream 2 where she picks up the phone right at the beginning and the guy's trying to crank collar
Yeah, and it's parodying
and
the first one.
yeah, and then she's like, "Well, I've got your number and I'll just call the police." Oh, just hangs up.
Yeah. There were a lot of good opening skits with that too. Like they had the in-universe Stab series, which was supposed to be meta for what the Scream series is for us, and you don't know that at first. Like there's kids watching a horror movie and they're talking about how they love it, and then one turns to the other and kills them, and it's like at first it was a normal Scream movie, then it cuts to those kids, and you're like, oh, these must be the main characters because they were just watching a movie, and then they stab each other, and then it cuts back one more time, and it's like these are the real characters watching a movie of characters watching a movie, and I was like, oh my god, you're trying to inception me with like stab jokes. This is kind of cute because they didn't go too hard on it. It was just a throwaway joke in the beginning of the movie. But
Yeah,
I appreciated how they were doing that instead of just being like, we do the same opening we've done for every movie. They kept trying to put a twist on it. They weren't trying to reinvent the wheel, but they weren't trying to just do the same skit every time.
yeah. You don't
Those were
want
great
to
movies.
do the exact same. No, I was just thinking about how like the reason Scream's so good. Like I don't know how it would hold up today. Like if I watched it again today, but I remember like I've seen the first and second Scream a bunch. I didn't really watch any of the other ones
Yeah,
after it.
they hold up really well. I don't know if you're into Dead Meat at all, but he counts kills and goes over horror movies, behind the scenes stuff. He's covered those series and he's watched them more recently. He did like all the screams. He's like, I still think one and two are my favorite. Of almost of all horror movies. Just they balance comedy so well, and they're really well written. They don't come off as like pandering or dumb. Some of the later ones can be a bit goofy of just
Yeah, that I like. I think I watched Scream 3, and they're like
yeah, I'm
making
pretty
a
sure.
movie or whatever of it,
Yeah,
and it's like,
it's much less good.
yeah. Well, you can only make so many like horror movies of the same thing. Like it's different than when we're
Yeah,
talking about like a
especially with the same
slasher.
cast.
Well, if you're talking about like a slasher movie, then it's completely different because you're not a slasher movie. You're more invested in the killer and the way that
Yeah,
they
it's almost
defeat the
like
killer.
for the fun kills instead of
Yeah,
surviving the killer.
it's
It's like, how are they gonna pull this off?
yeah. What ridiculous kills are we gonna see this time? And it's more of an
Yeah,
ante of like the craziest kills you can get. You know, it's
yeah,
that was kind of that whole genre. But again, it also got
yeah. They
stale
give
at
you
some point.
annoying, sex-crazed characters. Exactly. They made them
That's what was funny about.
unlikable, so
That's
you
what
could kill them.
that was what was funny about Scream is because Scream had that guy who's literally
Yeah.
like, if you want to survive a horror movie, this is how you do it.
Well, that's what was so great. It was meta, but it was also like it established in-universe rules that you tried to follow and things that would make sense. Like even at the end when they're like, this is the part where he gets back up and he wasn't really dead. And the fine, he jumps up for a second, they're like, and they just shoot him. It was a great way to reference like the cheesiness of past movies, but also that the movie is self-aware and that the characters are slightly smarter than the average character because they get it. Like they grew up on these kind of movies. So I can appreciate that meta aspect instead of making these characters aware of what's going on and then dumbing them down as if they have no idea, even though supposedly they love this stuff.
Yeah. Okay, let's just get to the Game Passy stuff today.
Yeah, I think we got 3 new releases today.
Give me 1 second, and I will try and get that up.
So do you got the Game
Here we
Pass ones
go.
and I got the
Coming
new
to
releases?
Game Pass. This is from the 18th, so it's yesterday.
Hmm.
Celeste is coming back.
Yes, very cool. It's a great game.
It is a great game. Uh, Serious Sam? Really? Okay, whatever. The Wandering Village sounds very familiar, but let's go.
I'm pretty sure that's what they showed off at the E3 event.
Toem!
Tweem.
Now, I've heard the dev is very happy about this game coming out,
Yes, he was
and
tweeting
they
about it earlier.
make sure you tweet them if you're gonna play it, and yeah, you're just
Yeah, he
taking
was sending
pictures and
thank yous to Xbox guys. He was like, "Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet."
is it just take? Is it just walking through and taking pictures and solving problems? Oh,
I,
that's kind of cool, actually. It sounds like a fun time.
yeah, it's very cute.
We also get the cave.
Yes, and I think that was also
Yeah,
free
this
of
is from
gold at
Double
one
Fine,
point.
isn't it?
Maybe.
Is it adventure game from Monkey Island? Ron Gilbert and Double Fine. Yeah, it's a Double Fine game, but Ron Gilbert and Double Fine. Yeah. The cave. It's an older game, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a free 61. You might own it with gold already, so if it pops up and says owned,
I'm
don't be surprised.
yeah. Don't be surprised. Unless there was a new version of it. Maketi? A first-person recursive puzzle game. It takes place in a
That
world
one
where
actually
every
looks
building
cool.
plants
Yeah.
are simultaneously tiny and staggered. Oh, it's an
I'm always
MC
down for more
Escher-esque
puzzle games.
movie.
Yeah.
Figment 2? Creed Valley? An action adventure game set in the human mind. Nightmares are spreading chaos. 2 puzzles. Okay. Musical boss fights. Okay. The Wandering Village. The Wandering Village is a city builder simulator on the back of a giant wandering creature. Oh, that's why it's familiar.
Yeah, this was at the E3 thing they did. Or
Yeah.
the E3 equivalent.
Serious Sam, Siberian Mayhem. A new standalone expansion to the classic FPS series. Okay. Weird. I mean, Serious Sam has never been one of my favorite games of all time.
Growing up, it was fun. It hasn't super aged well, but they were definitely fun growing up.
Yeah. Venba. Venba is a short narrative cooking game where you play as an Indian mom who migrates to Canada, with your family in the 80s.
I remember this one at the
Players will cook
E3 equivalent
various,
too.
yeah, various dishes and restore lost recipes, holding branching conversations and exploring about the world of love, loss, and more.
That one
Interesting.
looked cute.
And Celeste coming back on the 1st of August.
Big recommend on that one.
Yeah, Celeste is really good. Like, really,
I
really
still got
good.
to finish all the B tracks.
I'm,
So crazy. I remember I got to the center of
I'm
the
gonna be honest
volcano
with
thing
you.
too.
Celeste is one of those games that I am not that great on. DLC and updates.
Yeah, but
Yes, Naraka Blade Point got
oh yeah,
is now
there's a
free
big
to
one.
play, and all Game Pass
Yeah,
members will stand to the convert to the deluxe edition all in-game rewards. Okay. Naraka Blade Point was kind of fun. Doesn't it have a near automata um tie-in coming soon?
I believe so. I don't know if it's
Uh,
started yet or if it's coming in a few weeks.
yeah. League of
I will
Legends
say though,
champions if
that
you're on
game is a lot
PC.
of fun. It is more fun with friends. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play much with friends. I mostly played alone. But if you can find some friends to play with, it's a great time.
Yeah. League of
Monkey Island.
Legends new pack on the 20th. It's for PC, I guess. I don't have a Riot
Yeah,
account, so I don't care. Sea of Thieves: Legend of Monkey Island on the 20th. I mean, that was the
aka
perfect
tomorrow.
combination, and I hope we
Yeah,
see
oh,
more stuff
100%.
like this with Xbox owned IP crossing over with other Xbox owned IP.
Definitely.
Dead by Daylight Nicolas Cage DLC.
That's still crazy to me. It doesn't make sense.
No, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I love Nicolas Cage and everything.
Oh, 100%. I just wish I knew why and what's going on. He just kind of shows up. Even
I
when
just
Jeff
love
Keighley
Nicolas.
was
It's just
interview,
Nicolas Cage. Premium perks, Ultimate Team Pack for FIFA 23.
and that's the
I
last
thought they
FIFA
dropped
game.
the Is it the last FIFA one before they
Yeah,
go with
and
the
the
new one?
upcoming is FC, I think Football Club,
Oh yeah,
2024.
2024. Yeah, so this is for last year's. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Crunchyroll Premium perk. Get 75 days of Crunchyroll.
You love to hear it.
Yeah, give Sony more money.
Nah,
Naruto
man, it's free
Shippuden.
for us. And then you immediately cancel your account after, so you don't give Sony anything.
Yeah, just binge everything you want. Leaving the 31st. Dreamscaper. I never played Dreamscaper. Did you play it?
I hadn't actually played it. It was on my backlog, but like many Game
It's
Pass
gone now.
indies, yeah, it'll be on there, and then I'm like, oh, I didn't get to it. I'll get to it if it comes back.
Expeditions Rome. It's a PC. Don't know. I didn't. I don't play a lot of the PC Game Pass, and I know a lot of people go that the PC Game Pass app is not good. I disagree. I find it fine.
Hmm.
It works fine enough for me. We'll see when Starfield launches how that works, but except for Forza on PC being weird and not letting me put car customization on, I can't
What's the
get
point of
any new
Forza if you
waifus.
can't get?
I need
Yeah, I
more
was just gonna say, you can't
waifus.
get waifu cars.
I need more waifu cars. Yeah? You want to be in the podcast too? Oh, no. No. Oh, she's fighting. There, we're good now. No.
For fortune and fame, Kitty.
Yes, we're fortunate. Let's see. Marvel's Avengers is leaving on the 31st. And that
Yeah,
game
I'm
will be
surprised it's leaving.
discontinued in September?
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised it's leaving. I thought it would just ride it out on there until it dies.
It's probably just the original agreement, and them closing down the game was completely after it.
Yeah,
The Ascent. Ascent was cool, but
yeah, definitely cool.
it's a cool game. I don't know if I'm gonna pick it up though. Yeah,
I might wait for a big sale.
you're still sitting here. 2 Point Campus.
That was a cute one.
I never really big on the 2 Point games. Yeah. Do you have any game releases that are coming that you want to talk about?
I do. I got the list here. I'll just go through July real quick. We got Insomnus and Lisa,
I'm gonna
and
talk about Lisa for a second. Insomnus.
yeah, Insomnia.
I'll have a uh Insomnus. It's got smart delivery, optimized play anywhere.
You think it's got anything to do with insomnia?
Probably. Cavett Manor, abandoned. Now countless mysteries await inside the creepy walls of the old dwelling.
Sounds
Well,
spoopy.
intrigue and horror. Lisa.
This is a fun one.
Yeah, this one's actually been really weird. The painful definitive edition. So, we talked about it briefly last week because there was that weird, just the way that there was 3 editions. There was like, there's just Lisa, there's the DLC, and then there's the definitive version with
Yeah.
both. Excuse me. Well, it turns out that this is a it's a mature rated game. I didn't know anything about this last week when we were talking about it going in,
Gotcha.
but it's been censored on the PlayStation Store for
And
some.
apparently quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't think I have the exact stuff still up, but yeah, it's all locked, whatever. But there's like drugs, alcohol, like all sorts of things that you can encounter in this post-apocalyptic esque world, and all of it has had to have been toned down apparently for Sony and the PlayStation. Now, I don't know why a game that's rated mature and tells you right here blood, sexual themes, strong language, violence, use of drugs, and alcohol. And you had to
Yeah.
censor all of, like, alcohol had to be censored, drugs had to be
Which is
censored.
weird because, like, it's got the right rating for what it is. Are adults not allowed to enjoy or buy games, and are devs not allowed
Uh,
to make these games
can I
anymore?
look? I know this might be the poor example, but something not adding up here. Unless you're
You
like a
know,
big name, you're not allowed to have sex, drugs.
well, that's what I was gonna say. Don't forget The Last of Us 2, which is a flagship Sony title, and you get to see a dude raw dog in it. Like, why is that okay, but this isn't?
Strangle and raw dog. It's a hate fucking.
I mean, I
I
hated that
mean, I
character
haven't
too, so I
started it
can't blame
yet,
him.
but I'm assuming there is. Let's see, mild sexual themes, violence. No,
In which game is that?
that was the quarry. I thought maybe there was drugs in it.
These
What?
teenagers are dying too quick to have drugs.
I mean, what about something like Days Gone? Like, don't you drink in Days Gone?
Yes. In fact, you can make Molotovs out of your drinks, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't understand this obsessive need from uh, company holders, platform holders to censor content.
Yeah. And it's
Um,
crazy stuff that doesn't need to be censored. Like, Nathan Drake drinks alcohol. It's alcohol. It's not great for you if you drink a lot, but that's like saying I'm getting rid of cake because you eat too much, you get diabetes, you could die.
have you
Of
played
course,
Cyberpunk 2077? Just out of curiosity.
I hadn't played it yet. I was gonna get it, and then it
Okay,
was
no,
rough
no,
at
no.
launch, and I pushed it off.
That's that's totally okay. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. There is more than one scene where you get to have sex with characters.
Yes, I know some of that. My friend had got it at launch and was talking a bit about it. I made sure he didn't tell me spoilers, but he's like
I'm not
telling
gonna
me
tell
some of
you
the cool
who, but
bits.
like, there's more than one sex scene that you can
Yeah,
experience, and you can drink in that game. You can take drugs in that game,
you can do all of that in
just like you
Fallout.
can do in Fall. Yeah, I was gonna say Fallout.
You
I
can make
don't
drugs in Fallout.
I don't understand. Like, I think this could be the same with I know this is unrelated, but I'm pretty sure Starfield said it was gonna have
I wouldn't be
yeah, use
surprised.
of drugs. Oh my god, it's another one. Who
What?
keeps calling? Seriously.
It's the third one. This is the most I've ever had in one.
Oh, oh my god. Are we back? Are we good? We're wrapping up.
I
Try
hear
to
you.
wrap up here. Okay. It looks like we're back. Jesus. That's annoying. I don't even know. Anyway, Starfield's gonna have drugs, use of drugs, violence, and probably drinking too. It doesn't say drinking.
Yeah. I mean, GTA is always an easy example, but you can go to strip clubs, you can make drugs, you can sell drugs, you can take drugs.
Like that's what I mean. Is it only if the game is an indie game it has to abide by these rules? Because I was going to point out the Postal exists that it's on PlayStation but not on Xbox for some reason. I
You know how
don't
we solve that on
understand.
TV?
I honestly don't
We put a
understand
dope
the
shot
idea
as
in
a home
Xbox.
thing at the bottom.
I just don't understand. I understand this. Like seriously, why is
Oh no,
Lisa
Chara's
okay?
dumb. Yeah. I was gonna say Chara's dumb, but like
Oh, you just cut out for a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We lost him for a second. He was gonna say stuff about. All
I
right.
am talking.
No, no.
Can you hear me?
It just went brr, 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 and you just trailed off.
Oh, okay.
Trailed out. Yeah,
But is it good
Char.
now?
We have a problem with Chara for sure. And it's like you can't have Galgun because it's gonna ruin the world. Like Galgun is nothing more than just a silly. It's a silly game. No one gets hurt. And if you
Except
think
us
it's
because we can't play it.
on an Xbox because Chara's team decided it was too etchy, even though
But
it's
that's
like
what's weird. I don't agree with Char, but then he lets something like Lisa in, and Sony doesn't. I don't understand these censorship people. Who are they trying to protect by censoring these games or not allowing them? I that's what I don't get. There's so much worse stuff every day, let alone on TikTok, the internet, TV. Kids are gonna get fucked up shit no matter what. And consenting adults with money should be able to choose what they spend their money on.
and that's the
There's
thing.
nothing illegal or bad happening.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like, oh, well, people might get upset by Galgun existing. Okay, but if you have a problem with this content being put up on your store in a certain way, then maybe you need to have filters in place for people. I know you have filters in place for
Exactly.
kids, but let people not look at Etsy content. If it's got
Yeah.
sexual themes in it, be like, we warn you. You can look
Not
it
just that,
up.
look at the page right now because you're not signed in. It's got the little lock symbol and it's not showing you stuff. It's that simple. You can just do that. You already do it.
Yeah,
I don't understand who they're trying to protect though. Like, what are they honestly worried will happen?
I
What
don't
is
know.
the worst possible scenario? I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything that bad.
Is
I
someone
think
gonna be
Lil
like,
T
"Oh, I
sees
want to play
something.
Lisa the Joyful," and then you look at it and it's like, "Oh, well, it's a platformer," and then you look at it, it's mature. Does it even? Okay, hold on. If I, it doesn't say it's mature rated here. I think maybe in these posts it should put the rating on it.
Wait, it's right there though.
No, I
Oh
just
wait,
backed
the
up.
page just changed. Okay.
Yeah, it backed up. Sorry, it takes a
Yeah, you're
second.
right. Okay.
There's a
No,
little
no
bit of
worries.
delay.
My bad.
I think you should have the thing here because if I look here, this is probably gonna be mature rated or teen too. This one's also
Yeah.
mature rated.
What they should do is put in the little top left corner on these pictures, or the top right, wherever they want to put it, a little M or E for mature, or even E for like explicit content coming. It's really not hard. What's the point of the ESRB if no one's going to listen to it?
Yeah, I don't get it. It's self-regulated for whatever reasons, but You know,
Yeah.
oh look, I'm not. This is a teen-rated game, blood and violence. I can't look at anything because I'm not signed in. You could take it even a step further and be like, you have to log in to look at this.
Yeah. And if you're really worried that kids will still do it anyway, make an age rating. Like, oh, if you're 18 or under on your account, it doesn't let you. You
Oh,
have
this one
parental
you can
features on here. It's not like it's stopping you.
agriculture. This one's probably E, right? Yeah, this one's E. Then you can see the screenshots. Easy
Crazy.
as that. Easy as
It's
that.
like they already have it in place and don't use it.
Yeah, Galgun was tame. See, Rin played Galgun. I sat her
Yeah,
down and made her play
Galgan's not bad
Galgun.
at all.
It's not bad.
It's goofy more than anything.
It's very goofy. There's nothing like explicit or crazy about it. It was fun. It's funny is more like you got to date your bunny girl, so you're happy. That's what I mean. It's like oh, when you start being like this game's banned, can't have it. The spoiler chicks.
It's definitely the equivalent to burning books and banning used books.
Yeah, it
It's
really
totally the same.
it's very close to. It's like I don't understand why it.
Yeah, it's Fahrenheit in general. It's the fear of knowledge and censorship being spread, so just cutting it off at the source.
Go back to Lisa
It's
first. Yeah, because
rough.
that's the thing. I don't know anything about Lisa the Joyful,
Mhm.
right? I know nothing about it. You click on it. As an adult, I wouldn't care. If a kid's like, oh, this game's called Lisa. That sounds interesting. I'm like, well, I don't know what these are. As a kid, I'd probably be turned off by this weird box art. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, probably.
And the fact that it's what I don't understand is that this game's allowed both Xbox and PlayStation clearly have an issue here with some sort of
Mm,
censorship rules. Because this same thing happened with Martha is Dead on PlayStation, if you remember correctly,
I do. I
with the
was salty
face
about that.
with
Luckily,
the face
Xbox
scene.
was good. Yeah, with the scene
Well,
where they ripped the girl's face off. Yeah.
see, I agree with you, Ren, but the thing is that they have parental controls now, and the parents control the account or whatever, or they should be.
Yeah, because
But
they're
again,
able to.
if you don't have parental controls enabled, what's stopping your kid from getting a disc from their friend and just putting the disc in the console, playing it?
Mm-hmm. Or one of your discs.
Yeah, they just go find one of your games and play it. If you don't set up parental controls on it and you have something like this in the house as a parent, it's on you.
100%.
Like I I can't be mad at the kid because, oh, they got into my games and started playing stuff. I didn't have parental controls enabled on my console.
Exactly. It's so preventable that it's hard to feel bad for when it happens.
Yeah. It's not the thing is I don't think that these games are as discoverable as they used to be.
Hmm.
Like as kids and as young adults, we did stupid stuff. We put in the different date of birth or whatever, but the
Yeah.
internet's had to change and adapt because people didn't like that kids could just make an account on their own. And the thing is that websites even say you shouldn't make an account if you're under thing.
Yep. And that makes them not liable for when you do stupid shit underage, even if they
Yeah.
know.
You
And
know
I can't blame them.
and that's the thing. It's like you can get through it if you're trying, if you want to.
Yeah.
But ultimately the burden of what content is in your house, of what content your kids ingest is in a parent's hands.
Yeah.
And if and that's the up and downsides of PC open marketplace. I don't know. I've never tried to see if Steam even has any sort of parental controls. I don't think I've ever heard them talk about parental controls.
Wouldn't be too
Um,
surprised.
I'm sure they have something, right?
Yeah,
Family. Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah. I don't know. There's got to be some sort of family account or like kids account thing on Steam, I'm assuming. But it ultimately boils down to trying to get stuff off the platform because you think it's not okay is silly. Like, yeah, I don't agree with Postal, with the stuff that Postal Guy does in Postal. As an adult, I get to choose not to play Postal
Exactly. Like
if
you're
I
not
don't like it.
forced to because it exists.
I only talk about it because it has stuff that's way worse than Lisa, but it's allowed on PlayStation and not
Hmm.
Xbox.
And also, I talk about it sometimes because the devs are insane. It's fun to mock them.
Running with scissors are definitely the kind of person who would run with scissors.
Yeah. Did you see the recent one they got called out on?
The
They
social media,
compared,
they're
yeah, they
weirdos, and I
they
don't want to.
compared a picture of Red Dead Redemption to Starfield, and said this is why we change our engine after 10 years. And it got retweeted by a different game dev who said, "Wow, not only is this not how this works, but you'd think another group with developers in it would have some idea of how game developing works." And the person who said that was not in any way affiliated with Bethesda or anything. It was just another game dev for a different game who's like, "Why are you
Yeah,
doing this? Why are you bringing other devs down?"
yeah. Why do you have to act like this?
Yeah, like I get it. You want attention for your game, but you're just gonna be known as assholes, not people who have a good game. Because the ratings on the game's a bit rough. They've been in between like 30 and 50% on Metacritic.
The
Some of
thing
them are
with
as low as like
Postal
10.
4 is definitely Postal is series is definitely a series that is firmly rooted in parody and just
Yeah,
absolutely being as ridiculous and over the top as possible at all times. Uh, whether you like Postal or not, I'm not going to judge you on that as a person. I
yeah.
just don't care. You can play whatever you want. I've gotten past that section of my life where I'm like, you have to agree with everything I say or everything I like because I said so. So honestly, it doesn't matter. What I what I would implore though is if companies are going to censor games, you don't buy it on that platform
Yeah.
because we let them get away with an indie game like this, and then it's just going to trickle down. It's the same thing that happened with Omega Labyrinth Life. I've never played Omega Labyrinth Life. I know nothing about Omega Labyrinth Life. All I know is that it upsets someone so much at a rating board in, I believe, the UK that they refuse to rate it.
Were they
And
like part
then
of a
when it
reviewing
got
thread?
refused, Sony went, "No, we can't have this on our platform in America." Even though the ESRB was like, "Yeah, this is fine. Here's your mature or teen or whatever. Have a good day." That was the whole game that started this war on anime games and sexual content, and it's just weird. I stand by the if you don't like something, just don't play it. I don't get it.
Yeah, not even just don't play it, don't buy it. If you don't like a product of any type, walk away. It's so easy to not consume said product. You don't have to worry about what everyone
With
else
some
will
stuff
do.
I will agree. Video games, media, like video games, movies, YouTube videos, you can just turn it off, you know? Like
Oh
you
yeah.
start
All
something
right.
on
Well,
streaming, you don't like it, you turn it off.
yeah. And when I say
No
product, I
one's
just mean
making you
like,
watch the whole thing.
yeah,
But
if you went to the grocery store, oh, go on.
with physical products though, there are sometimes where you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
Uh like if you're going to buy a phone, you have to pick Android or Apple, and you're damned into one person stealing your data either way, basically.
Yeah.
So you don't, yeah, but like you said, you don't go to the grocery store and be like, oh, well, they're out of Coke. I got to pick up Pepsi. You can go
Yeah,
to
and
another
you also don't
store.
go in and go, "Oh, look, tomatoes." But I don't like tomatoes, and I don't like the way they feel for me, so I'm going to start boycotting them and ask the store to remove them. It's like, no, just don't buy tomatoes. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't matter how other people feel about the tomatoes. Walk away. No, I don't like them, so no one's allowed to have
No
them.
one's allowed to have tomatoes now. We'd have
Yeah,
nothing in this world if there
exactly.
was.
The world would be barren. Oh my goodness.
It'd be like maybe there'd be water, but there's people that don't like water.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Some people think that the flavor of water, which I think is just like natural simple, it's not like a flavor per se.
Water
But
does
yeah,
have a flavor, but it depends on what's in the water.
yeah, it's like the minerals and
Yeah,
salt level and stuff that changes it. But it's
yeah.
not like a flavor itself per se.
I don't like tap water. Don't like drinking it, especially just
Same. I can't. I gotta get my filtered water.
yeah. You can
Because
filter it.
even with yeah, even with filtered water, you can see some of the floaties and stuff still in it. But with tap water, if you look at it too long, you're like, "There's some shit swimming in here.
There's
There's
sediment. Yeah,
too many things alive." Yeah,
but that's ultimately the issue that though is
that we need to ban
companies
tap
and
water.
platform holders are taking the choice away from consumers, and
Exactly.
this started again. Like Xbox was like, in my opinion, not letting Galgun be on Xbox was a big, big blow. That would have been
Yeah,
huge deal. Been like, well, Xbox is allowing this content. What the hell's wrong with you, Sony?
yeah, exactly.
And for
It could
people
have been
who
used for
aren't
as a
aware,
movement.
Galgun Returns was announced originally for Xbox and Switch and not PlayStation. Xbox,
Yeah,
Switch, and Steam, if I remember correctly.
yeah, and then they jumped up and they're like, "We're not gonna be able to put it on Xbox as of December." Blah blah blah. Some stuff happened. And they want us to
Yeah,
censor it, but we're not willing to, so it's
yeah.
just not going to
I don't
come.
know what you have to censor about it. Like, what? I don't
All of the
understand
girls
what
need to be
content.
7 years older.
But that's the joke. Is they're all affected by Cupid's arrows, and you know, like you're killing them. They literally come back in
Killing,
the same level
you
like a few
silly.
minutes
Killing is
later.
okay. Killing's fine. It's love, romance, and sexual things that aren't fine. But you can blow up anyone and kill anyone, and even kids can see that. That's okay.
Yeah, like
A head
I
bursting
booted up
open is
Black Ops
fine.
2 and oops, upside down. And there was like a bit with child soldiers at the beginning, and like a dude's like literally
Mm-hmm.
looking in the camera, and they just put a bullet through his head, and I'm like,
It's like some Coney 2012 bullshit.
it honestly feels like a snuff film.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like I know these terrible things happen in real life, but what?
Yeah. I mean, remember MW2, the airport level? I mean, that one was rough enough that they're like, you can skip this. We're not going to put any achievements on this. Like, you don't have to do this. You
Yeah, where
just
it's
get
like
out of the elevator with three Russian dudes and mow down people with LMGs. And while I wasn't affected by it, I remember some people were like, I looked in the mirror and I was throwing up. I was disgusted with myself. I was like, all right, well, this is a video game and I know it's not real. I was still a little like sad, just like, man, this would be so depressing in real life.
I remember when I booted up Wolfenstein 2, the new
Hmm.
Colossus, and there's that bit right at the beginning where um Blasphit's dad like straps your hands to the thing and wants you to shoot the dog. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm not gonna shoot the dog. I'm not gonna do it. I put down the
Yeah,
controller. I'm not
ironically,
shooting this
that's how
dog.
I feel. Like when I had to mow down the people, I was like, this is kind of sad. But then when I had to like kill the attack dogs, in a different level, I'm like, no, the puppies. Like I genuinely felt worse for the dogs. I know none of it's real, but they still make sad dog noises, and I'm like, that's not cool.
Yeah. I I don't like games that are like, oh, you gotta fight the doggies now.
Yeah,
It
there's a few
depends.
games that
The
do
more
that, but
realistic they look, the worse it gets. Like
yeah,
Quake didn't bother me ever because they were trying to kill me. But like
yeah,
when it's like a good, when it looks like a good boy, and you're like, well,
100%. Like the dog's happy and laughing with you, and
that's why I never want to
licking
play
your
Blair
paw.
Witch because one of the endings you have to kill the dog.
Yeah, that's how you know you're the bad guy when
Yeah.
you have to kill the dog.
I was
And
watching some
obviously,
guys.
it's like,
I didn't actually play it myself, but I was watching some guys play it, and they like pick up the dog and they're carrying the dog, and they keep walking. He's like, "I'm just gonna walk out of here. I'm just gonna leave with
I'm
my dog," and the game
just
just like
leaving him.
keeps going. Like, I'm just gonna leave. It's like, yeah, we're supposed to kill the dog, and it's like, yeah, no,
No, I'm getting the dog ending. It's where I leave with the dog.
yeah, it's not what
Yeah,
happened. It's done.
and obviously, it's like, hellhounds and Call of Duty zombies. I don't feel bad. They're on fire. They don't look like dogs. They're hell-like beasts that attack you. That's fine. It's fake video game dogs. That's not real. But like when they make sad dog noises and they don't want to die and they're either fighting to survive or just in general hanging out, and I'm like, I don't want to do it. And you hear the sad dog noise.
Oh,
You're like,
you mean like
no,
Last of Us 2?
yeah, the
Spoilers for
sad
Last of
dog
Us 2.
noises.
If you don't like hurting good boys, and getting emotionally blackmailed by a game developer who thinks he's important. Don't play
Oh,
Last
I
of Us
hate that
2.
type of writing.
Yeah,
Where you're so egotistical that you think what you're doing is like the next greatest thing, and it's like this is really not that deep, bud.
you didn't give me a
You're riding that
choice.
high horse.
You didn't
Exactly.
give me a choice.
And it's not even like the illusion of choice. It's more like, no, you're just holding my hand on this ride and making me do things.
Yeah,
Ugh.
there's a difference between impactful writing, like in doing a
Hmm.
thing because you have to, and um, and doing and making the player feel like they did something because they had to and not because they wanted to, and
Exactly.
having the false choice.
Yeah. Because it's okay to have that false choice as long as it's an interesting way to get there and it's creative and fun for the player. But if you're just holding their hand and saying, do this, it's like, well, why? I'm not having a good time. I'm just on the ride, keeping my hands and legs in the vehicle at all times.
Yeah, getting the player engaged with some of these choices is I think is much more important than what they do with these
Definitely.
narrative games. So yes. Uh
Speaking of being bored,
there it
you know
is.
how
Uh
Remnant's coming out? Well, the second one I should
from
say,
the Ashes
Remnant
too?
2. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that one apparently you can have a good boy teammate. In the first one you didn't. It was just you and up to three friends, but now you can have you and some good boys on the team. And from what I know, I don't think they can die. I think they can like not be able to battle for a bit, but I think it's like dog meat in Fallout, where it's like they can't just kill your dog, which
Yeah.
is good. I don't like
Yeah.
when they can kill the puppers.
Okay, we're gonna move down here. So there's agriculture on the 19th. There's also kind of the empire around the
Yeah,
world.
two around the world.
Around the world. Around the world. Is this like an educational game vaguely hidden as a
Oh man, no, this game is making me learn things. My one weakness.
I might have suddenly realized I'm in Canada because the price. Don't buy Skullgirls second encore, please.
Yep, I was gonna
New
bring that
devs
up because
took
it's next on
over
my list.
and ruined it. Censored stuff, removed content. Do not pick up Skullgirls second encore on Xbox. It is not good. Thank
Yeah,
you, scummy devs, for ruining things.
super sad.
Yep. Spirit Hunter.
Spirit Hunter's Infinite Horde.
Probably $10 Canadian. Oh, eh.
I've heard
It
good things
sounded way
about the
cooler
next
than it
one.
looks.
Yeah. Spirit Hunter is also a really good series that's on Switch and PlayStation and maybe Steam. I'm
Oh,
still
you've played
waiting
these
for
before? You heard of these before? I've never heard of this.
not that one. A different one. It's NG Spirit Hunter. It's
Ah.
it's very good, but this I haven't heard of. It looks interesting, but I don't really know what it
I have so
is.
many games to play right now. I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's my problem right now. Is I'm trying to get some of that backlog finished.
The new Chemco game is here. Cross Tales. We got
It's been
Cat Boys and
reviewing really
Girls.
well.
Is this Cat Boys and Girls? We got Cat Boys and Girls.
Kimono
Oh, there's a
Mew.
cute art style. There's Snake Boys. What's with the black outlines? A little
It's a
jarring.
snack.
They're a little thick. Snack.
Yo, they do be thick
That's
though.
a dog boy. He's a good boy. That dog lady. Like a tactics
Morph.
game with furries. It's not Fuga.
Not Fuga 2 launching today.
I mean, it looks decent.
Yeah, I thought it definitely looked interesting.
Oaken on the 20th. We've looked at this before, I'm very sure. Yes, yes, we have.
Yeah.
And it looks like a hex based.
Sorry for the late responses. The stream is like 4 seconds behind now, so I'm
Yeah,
like
I've
waiting
set
to
it to
see what you're
lower,
saying.
but apparently it still hates.
I think it's
Oh,
because of the phone
someone
call.
jumped in. Who is this guy?
It's just me.
He just wants to
You
jump
just
in when we're on
say,
stream still.
I didn't even know you guys were streaming today. I thought you streamed on Tuesdays.
No, I moved it to Wednesday because there's another podcast on Tuesdays that does stuff. We were just looking at the
Ah.
releases.
yeah,
We're almost done.
Are you actually streaming at this moment?
Yes.
yeah.
I
Oh,
forgot to lock the
I should
chat. That's my bad.
probably I will drop out.
It's no
Sorry.
Or
problem.
should I just start yelling horrible things so you guys get banned?
Oh, I don't need to get banned.
Definitely the second one.
I will drop out.
Sorry, we're almost done though.
Enjoy your podcast.
We're almost done, yeah.
I'll watch you on Twitch. All right.
Oh,
Bye.
thanks. Bye.
The Wandering Village we saw earlier, that was coming to Game Pass. This is the new thing that was coming, right? The Ant Stream Arcade. This was now this is
Which one? Ant stream?
yeah, Ant Stream Arcade. This is the one that's supposed to be streamed games, right?
Yeah, I think it said it was like
Holy
1300.
crap!
What?
Ugh.
They did something interesting though. It's supposed to be like you can pay monthly, yearly, or you can pay $80 to get lifetime.
It's 123.99 Canadian for lifetime.
Ooh, the only reason 80 lifetime doesn't sound bad to me is if you're getting 1300 games, everything from like old Atari up to like N64. I mean, I know they don't have that yet, but they were thinking about adding. With 1300 games, you're basically paying $10 more than a full price game. That's not terrible. I'd have to see how the streaming quality is and what
Yeah,
the
if it's
big one
streamed
is.
only, I have a problem with it.
Yeah. I don't mind streamed only if the quality is good, but I'll definitely have
No,
to
I would
hear how
not.
that
I would
is.
not spend this money on streamed only. I have a lot of problems with streamed only. This was streamed only, right? Yes, this is Yes, Antstream is the largest retro game catalog, which is fine. I have no problem with that. Of classic games that can be streamed straight to you. Probably, but my issue with the service, all the way up to 2000s apparently, my
Yeah.
issue with a service like this is that one, as soon as they cut the servers, you're shit out of
Yeah,
luck,
then
even if
you're
you
out.
paid for it lifetime. I would well, the thing is with you're talking about the straight east sites, a lot of them you can just play them in the web browser, which is not the same as streaming them.
Yeah.
Because you can just run code, run games. They're small enough on a web browser, like in a website. It's not that much. Like I think you play the Grimace birthday game, the Game Boy game on a
Oh yeah. I was sitting
Game
here
Boy
like,
Color game.
what game? I forgot it wasn't just memes.
No, it's not memes. It's a real thing. You play it in a web browser.
Yeah, I kept seeing the meme everywhere of someone drinking the shake and then getting murdered by Grimace. I
Yeah, then
forgot
they
that it all
discontinued the
started
shake
because of the
very
Game Boy game.
quickly,
Yeah, they probably because it kept killing people.
probably. What I just don't understand why it's like we gotta stream things.
I think between trying to make Cloud look more appetizing and also people complaining about space on their hard drives, it sounds like the best of both worlds, but until it's more streamlined and efficient, I don't want it to be done that way. Plus, it also depends on how you own the thing you're buying, quote unquote.
You don't own it. You get lifetime access.
But that's what I mean. I'm saying for streaming things going forward, what happens when the servers have to shut down if this becomes a new norm or at least more recognized and many people do it? How do you prove you own this thing?
Yeah, you don't own anything. You literally
Yeah,
don't
which
own
is what makes it
nothing.
hard.
That's the
Because it's like,
worst part about it.
yeah, physicals are the most owned. Digital is less owned, but you technically own the license. And then streaming would just be
You own
nothing.
nothing. You
Yeah.
literally are paying for access. That is what. Yeah, see?
As time goes on, we own less and
Purchase
less
of
and
full
pay
year's
more and more.
access can be extended for 1 year. Blah, 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 blah. This is like we're trying to get as much money as possible for classic games, and yeah, it's a lifetime pass. I don't. The thing is, I don't know any of these games. There's no list here. I probably have to go
They
look
did
them up.
have one on the when they were tweeting it out. I don't remember what all of it is, but I saw a few good hits on there.
I'm not
So
saying
I was
there
just
isn't
zooming by.
anything good. What I'm saying is,
Oh, of course.
okay, hold on. I have a totally legal totally legal version of like a bunch of old games here, and it takes up about 122 gigs, and that's probably well, not filed, but it's probably duplicates too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 200 and something in here, but there's duplicates and like more than one versions of things, and ultimately the the choice is yours what you want to do with your money, but
Hmm.
I feel like this is a company I've never heard of before. Antstream? Who's Antstream? What are they who's on board with this? What
They're
about
Twitch
if
streamers from an anthill.
the thing is that like oh you have local multiplayer. Yeah, but I'm streaming the thing off the internet.
Yeah, I'm
I,
curious how it'll work with that.
I don't like it. I don't like it. Top down puzzle game, Ice Line. Symphony? Pour through mysterious caverns, dash through walls and lush caverns. Okay, interesting. Uh, and the 21st is the last one I got here. The Snow Fable, which oh Chili Dog. They're the Brazilian one, right?
Yeah. And then we got Mr. Run Jump and Remnant 2 on the 25th. Snow Fable on the 25th. Double Dragon Gaiden Rise of the Dragons on the 27th. Uh, Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara on the 27th. That new Telltale series, The Expanse, that's the 27th.
The
Then
Expanse
there's
was
only,
like a show or something, wasn't it?
I don't remember. I think it was something about space. I haven't heard
Yeah, it's
Telltale
something about
talking about
space.
it
I thought it
much.
was a TV show or something. I definitely remember hearing about The Expanse before.
Might be. Uh, No Place Like Home on the 28th. F1 Manager 2023, 31st. Rise of the Triad Ludicrous Edition on the 31st. And Venda.
Yes, ludicrous jibs.
I'm very excited for Rise of the Triad.
Yeah, Rise of Triad's a crazy game.
Oh, apparently Stray is coming on the 10th.
I thought that was yeah, August 10th. Yeah. Oh my god. Cause oh man, I forgot. Starfield's out on for early access on the 30th of next month
Yes.
of August. Yeah, or something. It's like the end of August, and then it's or the 1st of September or something. It's like 5 days early or something.
Yeah, September 1st. We're also getting Phasmo sometime next month. I'm excited for
That's not a
that.
Game Pass one though. Does it have crossplay?
Phasmo is. Is it not?
I didn't think
I'm
it was
pretty
Game
sure.
Pass.
Let me double
Is it
check.
here? Is Phasmophobia on here? Hopefully I typed that right.
Doesn't have a specific date.
Let me
The
check.
console version's coming. This wasn't an Xbox Game Pass announcement, unfortunately, but the game is very cheap on Steam. Okay, not super helpful with that, but apparently it's not on Game Pass.
No, I typed it wrong. It
What
doesn't
happened?
seem to be on the store either. I just took a quick
Yeah,
look.
they said August, but they haven't set a date yet, so I'm wondering
Yeah, probably the end of
for
August or
yeah.
you want it on there for spooky season so people can stream spooky games.
Yeah, to do
Hmm.
spooky.
Yes. All right. Actually, just quickly before we head off here, I'll talk about one last thing. Get back to our buddy Rota, and I'm gonna try it because I gotta sign in for this one. Um,
You looking at something naughty, boy.
yes, Ronade. Oh,
That man is seconds away from getting bonked from the look of it.
I think he is getting bonk, and that the bonking has happened.
Commence bucketing.
The bonking. Can I get my be able to just open this up? I just wanted to hit this quick, let people know that it existed. Here we go. Yep. All right. And I know there's not a lot of people here yet, but if you are interested in our events, streams that are going to start, event streams and gaming, the first one was supposed to be when ABK closed, and now that they're moving that all the way to October potentially, means we're still gonna do the event, but we're just
Yeah,
gonna postpone the ABK one.
but I'd say we
So
can
this
still celebrate because we know it's closing now. We just don't know if it'll be in
it
2
doesn't
weeks or 6
we could
weeks.
just have a celebration of us just hanging out together, whatever. So
Yeah.
if I've made it that members can now invite other people. So if people want to get in and can't find it for some reason, uh, you got friends that are already in here. You can hit them up for it. But yeah, it's Council of Port Beggars on
Yeah,
the
we're trying to make
Xbox.
some community nights going forward in general. We don't have specific dates for all of them, but we want to
Yeah,
give
I
back to
think
the
that
community. And
25th was the date I was tentatively thinking of
yeah, you said
for the first
next
event.
Tuesday.
Yeah, or the 1st of August.
Hmm.
So that's I'm thinking the 25th is probably good. You know, set it for next Tuesday. Try and work out whatever. See who's going to show
Yeah.
up. So and then we'll decide on a game depending on who's going to show up.
Yeah.
We have a list of
Definitely sounds good.
games on the Discord right now that you don't have to join. It's going to be optional.
We're trying to stick to Game Pass for a lot of these, so that way it's easier for people, so they
Yeah,
don't have to
Game
miss
Pass and
out if
free to
they don't
play.
have one. Yeah.
I can bring up the list here and just read some of them off quick. People know. I think depending on how many people we get, I think I had 11 replies on Twitter to the
Nice.
announcement. So with 11 people, I'm assuming some people just were like, yeah, I'm okay with this time slot, and there's gonna be people that aren't gonna make it.
Yeah.
I'm okay with not playing if if there's like a spectator mode in some of these games. So
Mhm.
that'll leave us with stuff like Overwatch or Halo as an option. Can you have it? I know Halo lets you do Overwatch and Halo let you do custom games, and so
Yeah.
does Star Wars Squadrons. Star Wars Squadrons you need 10 for though for a
Hmm.
custom game.
Interesting. I
Don't know
mean,
about
worst
Back for
case, we
Blood.
I was joking about Warzone because you can have up to 99 people,
Yeah,
and it's
Warzone's
free to play.
weird though.
Mm.
I don't. Warzone's also huge, and I don't want. Like, is it still 200 plus gigs to download?
No. Warzone alone, I think, was only like 70 or 80.
Are you sure? Because I remember Warzone being like 200 gigs at one point, and people were like, "What is this crap?"
Yeah, when it first launched, it was attached to Modern Warfare 1, but now you can separate them. Let me double check.
Yeah, I was about to double check too. I'm not against playing Warzone if that's what people want to do. I just if there's a bunch of COD Warzone.
Yeah, it's 70. Oh, wait, no. Warzone 2 is only 19.2, and the base game is 73. Yeah, if you don't attach multiplayer, co-op, or campaign from base uh Modern Warfare 2.
It says 92 gigs. It's still pretty big. Um,
Oh yeah, it's definitely big.
Overwatch is on the smaller size. Squadrons is the I would kind of want to dodge Squadrons though, as maybe one because not everyone's gonna want to play EA games, and maybe not every. I don't know how many people are just playing on PC or whatever too.
Hmm.
I just don't know.
Yeah,
I like people, but I just don't know. So
I like people.
I feel
People
like
are all right.
people are all right. Yeah. Among Us is one that we could play,
Yeah, Among
depending
Us is
on who
always
we
fun.
get. Uh, well, Dead by Daylight only has like 5 player custom games, right?
Yeah, like if we get a smaller group, there's definitely fun stuff we can still do, even Gunfire Reborn, but um we should definitely shoot for the bigger ones just in case and then decide when people come
Yeah,
what we can shrink down
I
to.
feel like we should pick between Halo Infinite or Master Chief Collection. Well, you can do either or, but Infinite's got big team battle.
Yeah,
But you
I'd
need
definitely be down for Infinite with the Forge it has.
yeah. We could probably find something on the Forge to play too. Squadrons was a fun game though for sure. Chivalry 2 was also recommended. Is that still on Game Pass? I don't
Yeah,
even know. So yeah, there are options, there are games here. We're gonna see who's gonna cement in. So if you are interested in the event on the 25th or 1st, please join the club so we can sort this out. It's just easier to manage things through it because then I can just invite everyone through it. Not everyone has to be on everyone's friends list. It just solves a lot of problems. So yeah, that was
yeah,
just that.
definitely the easiest way.
Yes. And let's go back to this for a second. I think that's it. That's all for us.
Yeah,
Uh, I'll tweet out again about the club and people inviting and joining and get people to invite. I just don't know who all wanted to go because that's not how those polls work.
yeah. And if you ever have questions, comments, concerns, feel free to hit us up.
Yeah,
Discord, Twitter,
yeah.
games, all that
Twitter's
stuff.
usually better for me because I do
Mhm.
watch it. My DMs are open. It might tell you that I need to okay it, but you can DM me on Twitter if you need to. If I get spammed and hate messages, I will close it. But as of right now, DMs on Twitter is open.
Same here.
Um, yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
So that was the Port Beggars podcast this week. Sorry about the technical issues with the Lovely. Phone company setting up my thing. Terribles. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Super great.
Fantastic. I want to thank Brian and everyone who did the lovely box art here that you've been seeing for these.
Yeah, they've been very nice popping up on the bottom.
Yeah, I'm down to get more as they come onto the Discord. I don't know if we're going to open up the Discord to everyone yet, though. But we will definitely have something at some point.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Okay. Until next time. Bye.
Bye.
Maybe.